कि भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, अगले एक साल में हमारा प्रयत्न रहेगा कि G20 नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करे।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan joining us on this big news. UK, India all set for a new era. Rishi Sunak says UK remains committed to trade deal with India. Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Modi to hold bilateral talks shortly from now in Bali, the first time after Rishi Sunak has taken over as Prime Minister. A huge deal indeed for India, isn't it, Geeta? This is a moment of pride for both nations, of course, and the first soon after they had a quick chat on the sidelines of the G20 yesterday. Rishi Sunak was very quick to announce 3,000 visas to young Indians to work in the United Kingdom for 2 years, a first for India at this point.
Well, Nabila, it is a very important meeting, but let's be realistic. We know that he was finance secretary. So the idea of job creation, allowing Indians, certain Indians to work in the United Kingdom was part of his agenda, even in the Boris Johnson government. But this is the first meeting of Prime Minister Sunak with Prime Minister Modi after he assumed office. Also being realistic that on the domestic front, Rishi Sunak still has a very big battle, a huge battle to fight. Things are not all glorious for him. It looks like a tough, like he's going to have a very tough time keeping the government intact. And in that, expecting an early conclusion of the free trade agreement would be rather ambitious. Right now, we're looking at how the two leaders, one, are meeting and wanting to take things forward. Will Sunak be heading the party for a longer time? And will he lead the party into the elections when UK goes into general elections? It's something we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, there are a lot of areas where the UK, irrespective of who the leader is, whether it's Sunak, Boris Johnson, or for that matter, the Labour Party, all of them attach a lot of importance to India. So they would be looking at, either party would be looking at a conclusion of the free trade agreement. But like Prime Minister Sunak said, they want to do it the right way. Now, what is the right way? Nabila, there are problems when it comes to the conclusion of the free trade agreement because there are areas that UK does not agree with, and there are areas that India has concerns about. The fact that he has ministers in its cabinet who look at immigration as a huge problem. And Suella Braverman,
Geeta,
the Home Secretary...
We have some really big news that we're currently tracking. If you could hold on, here some big news. Sunak and Xi Jinping. China and United Kingdom, their meeting at the G20 has now been cancelled. The big news that we're currently tracking. Chinese Foreign Ministry, though, the spokesperson says that she has no information to share concerning this reported cancellation of a meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Gaurav Sawant also with me on this. Gaurav, Xi Jinping and Rishi Sunak, China and United Kingdom's bilateral talk has been cancelled for the moment. No information on what may have happened. The spokesperson says there's nothing for me to share as of now. What do you think has gone wrong?
You know, this is very, very interesting. It's a major development, and we still need to hear officially from either side. China says they have nothing to share on this. But if you look at the campaign and go back to Rishi Sunak's campaign, as of course Liz Truss, both had adopted a hard line on China, at least during the campaign. But this, of course, is a multilateral forum where, of course, there have been some bilateral talks between all sides. But I want to understand, you know, from Geeta, who joins us from Ground Zero. Geeta, we'll talk about the niggles in FTA between India and the UK in just a moment. But what do you make of this news that's just filtering in that the China-UK talks have now been cancelled?
Well, Gaurav, I could only barely hear you, but you're talking about the FTA between India and UK. and the fact that China-UK talks have been cancelled. Let's just look at it in perspective. Because of the missile attack in Poland, a lot of the events got rescheduled. There were delays, and a lot of the bilateral meetings, many leaders actually did not go to the mangrove forest because they had the bilaterals and they stuck to that. Xi Jinping included. We do not have the real reason, but we do know that if at all this meeting would have taken place, it would have been the first meeting between the Prime Minister from the United Kingdom and the President of China in 5 years. There are problems between the two countries. The problems and souring of ties has only increased in the recent past with the kind of aggression that we've seen on the part of China. So the real reason has not been put out, but yes, there could be scheduling issues because the paucity of time is the reason why a lot of the meetings had to be held in a rush. But most of the leaders sticking to their time. Xi Jinping was scheduled to depart from Bali. So we do not really know what the real reason is, but it certainly has could be because of scheduling. It also could be because of the kind of ties that China and the UK share today. Again, there is no official word on what really transpired or happened, but there are concerns that the UK has with regards to China. Having said that, with India, the meeting will be taking place in some time from now, and it is going to be a significant one. But then again, Gaurav, Rishi Sunak has a bigger battle to fight back home. Whether he'll stay on, how long will he be able to keep the position of the Prime Minister? And in that, an early conclusion of the FTA looks unlikely.
So initially, Geeta, there was talk of India and the UK trying to meet the Diwali deadline. Then it became clear that the FTA will not happen. They will not be able to keep the Diwali deadline. Is there another deadline, or are both sides moving very, very carefully on this? And does UK continue to link the visa overstay issue with the FTA?
All right, here's big news as UK-India bilateral talks all set to begin right from now, shortly from now. UK-India's new era, the relationship between the two countries' new era now begins. Rishi Sunak says UK remains committed to trade deal with India. Sunak and Modi's bilateral talks in Bali shortly from now. A huge trade deal is expected to come in. Let me quickly cut across to Rishi Sunak's reaction on this first before I go over to Gaurav Sawant on that.
With other leaders here about deepening our trade partnerships, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, with Australia, with Japan and with Canada, the CPTPP arrangement. I've spoken to all those leaders about our plans to join that free trade area, which are exciting, and I'll be doing that after I leave here as well as the trade deal with India, which we remain committed to, but we need to make sure we get these things right. But what I'd also say is I think there's excitement about India taking the baton. I think Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit, and there's a lot of positivity about about all the positive things that have come out of this summit being carried on into India's presidency, and people are looking forward to supporting India in that, and we certainly will play our part in the United Kingdom to make sure that we do that.
All right, Rishi Sunak sounds very optimistic when it comes to bilateral relationship and this trade deal that he's trying to signal between United Kingdom and India. There could be a lot of naysayers at this point, Gaurav, on India-UK relationship. I've seen a lot of negative comments coming in on Twitter, especially on the comment section, with some of the moves made by Rishi Sunak. First of all, 3,000 visas given to young Indians, while many of them say that there are that many looking for asylum. And at the same time, while that has not been dealt with, here is visas being given out to young Indians. So not very happy Britishers for sure. But this has come as a big boost to India.
That's rather ill-informed, because these are young professionals. Whether it's Indian nurses, the NHS is in a bad shape in the United Kingdom. They require young professionals, but there is a happy balance that the UK is also seeking. They want short-stay young professionals to come, work there, and then get back to their countries. Asylum seekers is not the same story, and they're not vying for the same visa.
More comments on how crowded the United Kingdom is. Do we need something more on these lines at this point when it's already overcrowded?
Right. Again, like I said, ill-informed commentary in the United Kingdom. Asylum seekers is one part of the story. Young professionals is another part of the story. And economy is the main story, which unfortunately such elements will not appreciate. What is it that the two countries are trying to achieve? They're trying to achieve a free trade agreement that is to the benefit both of India and to the United Kingdom. And is that possible, considering there have been several issues that has held us back? As Geeta, you and I were talking, there was a Diwali deadline which neither sides could keep. Neither side could keep. That's point one. Point two, the trade as of now between the two countries is about 24.7 odd billion pounds. The aim is to increase it, and in various sectors that would be mutually beneficial. So what India is seeking is, greater export of textile, beverages, pharmaceuticals, tobacco, leather, footwear, rice. That's what India is seeking to export to the United Kingdom. What UK is seeking is access to India for transportation equipment, electrical equipment, medical devices, motor vehicle parts, also wines and scotch. Now, is there going to be forward movement on this? Will this be linked only to trade issues or also visa and consular issues that their interior secretary or their home secretary was trying to bring in? These are some aspects that continue to be debated on both sides.
Right. Gaurav, when we talk of free trade between the two countries, in what direction do you expect this trade deal to take place?
So initially it was said that there would be forward movement and there would be a solution in sight. But subsequently it became apparent that speed is not what both sides were looking at that point of time. As of now, of course, what we are being told is they are moving forward on the aspects of short stay mobility agreement. That's already happened. Education and nursing is one area where July 21, 2022, they started to move forward. Increase input and export flows, increase and enhance productivity is something that both sides are looking
if I could hold on to that thought, please do. I'm going to cut across to this politics that's now erupted over India's G20 presidency. Congress communications in charge, Jairam Ramesh, has put out a tweet on this. He says, and I quote, G20, a grouping of 19 major economies and the European Union, was set up in 1999. Since 2008, an annual summit is held in each member country in turn. Each country gets a chance, and India will be hosting the summit in 2023. It's certainly to be welcomed, like similar summits held earlier. The non-aligned summit of over 100 countries took place in New Delhi in 1983, followed by the Commonwealth Summit. The 2023 summit will, of course, be milked by the world's greatest event manager for the Lok Sabha elections, and in fact will later distract people from real issues that prevails in the country. This is basically Jairam Ramesh of the Congress, Gaurav, already claiming or jumping the gun to say that the BJP is trying to claim credit for leading the G20 summit, while Jairam Ramesh trying to make people aware that this is basically how India takes its turn. This is how it happens. And now that India has its turn, India is going to be hosting the G20 summit in 2023. But the world's greatest event manager for the Lok Sabha elections will be taking credit for this and will deflect real issues to gain people's trust and their votes. Basically making it look like BJP is now trying to take claim or gloat over India hosting the G20. So Jairam Ramesh trying to educate the people of India that if you think this is Modi's do, it's not. It's basically as per procedure, this is India's turn. How would you look at this? This kind of comment at a time when India is really making its way globally, hobnobbing with global leaders, really means that much trade and business for India. I mean, why do we have to look at it negatively every time? This is a moment of pride for India that we're hosting the G20 summit. What's the point in pointing fingers at the BJP saying you're taking credit? Well, they should, if anything.
So, you've answered the question. but we're a democracy, and we're a powerful democracy, and it is the opposition's job, to point certain things out to the government, and for the government to defend its side, and of course the two political parties, the BJP and the Congress, to fight it out politically. But you heard what Foreign Secretary said just a short while back,
right.
and he said
Gaurav,
this is significant.
Let's patch Amit Malviya of the BJP joining us on the phone line. You might want to take that question with him. Mr. Malviya, politics playing out. Here is Jairam Ramesh, Congress's communications in charge, saying that BJP is trying to claim, credit for leading the G20 summit. So for those who don't know and are not informed, this is basically India's turn to take over. BJP is trying to claim, credit for this. How would you look at this?
Well, as far as I remember, the BJP hasn't made a statement on it. And even if it is India's turn to take over, what matters is how well India executes it and how well India brings Bharat to the world.
Right, Mr. Malviya, just a moment. I'd like to tell our viewers that these are live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi and Rishi Sunak as their bilateral talks just about begin. So exchanging pleasantries there while this happens on the sideline.
और इस चर्चा का जो ब्यौरा है, जो विवरण है, ये हम आपको आगे जरूर बताएंगे जब कभी भी उसके बारे में आधिकारिक तौर पर जानकारी आ जाएगी, तो उसके बारे में हम आपको जरूर बताएंगे। लेकिन फिलहाल आप जो टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, तस्वीरों में कहते हैं तस्वीरें भी बहुत कुछ बोलती हैं। एक तस्वीर 1000 शब्दों के बराबर होती है। तो ये जो तस्वीर है वो भी अपने आप में बता रही है कि किस तरह से दोनों नेताओं के बीच गर्मजोशी के साथ मुलाकात हुई है, दोनों नेता किस तरह से हाथ मिला रहे हैं, और एक बहुत ही खुशनुमा वातावरण है जब दोनों नेताओं ने यह मुलाकात की है और बातचीत की है द्विपक्षीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर, और दोनों नेताओं के साथ दोनों देशों के प्रतिनिधिमंडल भी हैं।
That we see of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak. It's a very warm handshake as the British Prime Minister walked up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They shook hands, and now a very crucial bilateral meeting on the sidelines of G20. And you have India's Foreign Minister, you also have the National Security Advisor, the Foreign Secretary and India's delegation on one side and the British delegation on the other. And Nabila, this is an extremely interesting setup. They had an interaction yesterday. Both spoke warmly of that interaction on social media platform. And this is a very interesting relationship that's moving forward. One, the first bilateral with the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Post-Brexit, UK also realizes trade with India is in UK's interest, both seeking greater access to each other's markets, both also seeking greater cooperation in fields other than trade. Remember, India has also made a point, and very emphatically to the United Kingdom, that Britain cannot be seen as a safe haven for fugitives from justice in India. And, whether it's Nirav Modi or Vijay Mallya or a number of others who are in the United Kingdom, information that we are getting seems to indicate that Britain is cooperating in several instances to bring those fugitives from justice back to India. How quickly will this be carried to its logical conclusion remains to be seen, because Britain repeatedly says that those fugitives from law in India are exploiting all legal avenues that are available to them under British law. But bigger than that is this £24.3 billion worth of India-UK trade relationship that both countries now aspire to take forward.
This is a big deal for India, Gaurav, undoubtedly. A trade deal that will be struck under Rishi Sunak as he takes over for the first time as the Prime Minister. This is the first meet itself. So there's that kind of warmth between the two as we see as they start off the bilateral talks. But a quick word from you in detail, Gaurav. What's expected today? When we speak of a trade deal worth billions, what really is India anticipating to benefit?
So it is a win-win for both. There is no trade deal that will only benefit one and not the other, Nabila. A trade deal works only if it benefits both countries. And that is what both countries are trying to do. This FTA is something that both countries have been working on. Like conversation earlier, they were hoping for a Diwali deadline, but that they could not meet that Diwali deadline. What is it that both the sides have been able to achieve so far? Well, education and nursing are two areas. In July 2022, a short-term mobility agreement was reached between both sides, and that was about in the field of nursing and in the field of education. But now what UK is seeking from India is to gain access to the Indian market for its equipment, transport equipment, electrical equipment, medical devices, motor vehicle parts, also critical, they want their wines and scotch, their breweries to benefit and have greater access to the Indian market. As far as India is concerned, India is looking to export, get greater access to the British market in terms of textile and food, also Indian pharmaceuticals, tobacco, leather, footwear. How soon will this happen, and does UK continue to link visa overstay issue to FTA? That still remains to be seen, because as of now, the information is that India has told the UK in no uncertain terms that visa and consular issues are to be dealt with separately by that department. The department concerned, and trade needs to be dealt with separately by the department concerned. So as of now, the effort is to remove the niggles and move forward. But will it be just speed that the two sides are looking at, or move beyond speed and look to remove all niggles? That remains the big issue. This, of course, is the first image of the first official bilateral between Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak. This meeting also becomes extremely significant at a time that India has assumed the presidency of G20. The gavel has passed on to India, but of course it's from the 1st of December that it officially begins.
Be with us, Gaurav. Coming back to you in a moment from now, going across straight now to what Rishi Sunak, the newly appointed Prime Minister, British Prime Minister, has had to say.
With other leaders here about deepening our trade partnerships, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, with Australia, with Japan and with Canada, the CPTPP arrangement. I've spoken to all those leaders about our plans to join that free trade area, which are exciting, and I'll be doing that after I leave here as well as the trade deal with India, which we remain committed to, but we need to make sure we get these things right. But what I'd also say is I think there's excitement about India taking the baton. I think Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit, and there's a lot of positivity about about all the positive things that have come out of this summit being carried on into India's presidency, and people are looking forward to supporting India in that, and we certainly will play our part in the United Kingdom to make sure that we do that.
All right, it's 3 p.m. We're getting the very latest as far as India's bilateral with the UK is concerned. Pictures on your screen of UK Prime Minister and Indian Prime Minister there in that bilateral engagement. Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs Editor, is in Bali tracking the all-important G20 meeting for us. Geeta, take us to the details of what's on top of the agenda for UK and India when it comes to the bilaterals.
Well, what is on top of the agenda is the trade issues between the two countries. We know that the Indian side has been raising concerns with regards to visas, students issues, and the caps on jobs and employment. These are areas of concern, and also the fact that Rishi Sunak appointed Suella Braverman as the country's Home Secretary, even as she had made the comments and statements about linking FTA to people overstaying their visas. This was before he took over as Prime Minister, and even then he actually reappointed her, because the areas and issues of concern are many, but they are primarily domestic, Sneha. the UK Prime Minister over here looking at how to ensure that he has all those who are opposing him on his side to have a strong government. But how long will that government last is the question. Today is a day of optics, but also of optimism. The cordiality with which the leaders are meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi is quite astounding. If you see the visuals, you can actually create a montage of all the world leaders having met Prime Minister Modi in a very cordial atmosphere, including Chinese President Xi Jinping over dinner last night. Having said that, there are areas when it comes to economy, the Russia-Ukraine war, FTA, visas, defense and security cooperation. All these areas will be touched upon. But like Rishi Sunak said, do not focus on the fact that he's talking about the free trade agreement. Focus on the fact that he said it has to be done right. As Finance Secretary, sitting on the free trade agreement conversations, he was very clear on the niggling issues between the two countries and that they need to be ironed out for a free trade agreement to really be signed between the two countries. And it doesn't seem like there is going to be an early conclusion of the FTA. There are areas of concerns and problems that both sides have to work out. They already could not keep the Diwali deadline. And now we're looking at maybe a more prolonged conversation and engagement with Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. Also, Rishi Sunak has a long battle back home to fight to keep the position of Prime Minister, to keep his seat. And we'll have to wait and see whether if he stays long enough to see the early conclusion of an FTA or to see the conclusion of an FTA. And whether he's going to lead his country into elections when the UK goes into elections. So there are a lot of layers to the conversations that are taking place today. But what we can really say with certainty is that the UK is committed to partnering with India, engaging in India, and considers India a very important partner. And that comes across not just with the meeting that's taking place right now, Sneha, it comes across with the kind of engagements, meetings, handshakes, the conversations on the sidelines, pull-asides that have taken place between Sunak and Modi here in during the course of the 2 days that the G20 summit has taken place. So there were a lot of moments where the two leaders met and they had lovely conversations. It was in a very cordial atmosphere, and you're seeing that carry forward. This, in fact, is a very big, not just for India, primarily for the UK, given that he has taken over as Prime Minister and is meeting Modi for the first time as Prime Minister.
All right, Geeta, I'm thanking you for the moment, for getting us those details. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you and also to Gaurav for more on that big developing story that we're tracking from Indonesia. Some news just coming in. These are stunning new details emerging on the Shraddha murder case. 10 bones have been recovered from forest, from actually below the spinal cord. The victim's father is going to be called in for DNA sample. Bloodstains found in the kitchen while corpse-stained Shraddha's body was cut into pieces in the bathroom, and Aftab kept the shower on to ensure the body can be easily cut and blood flows out easily. These are very disturbing details that we're getting as far as the Shraddha murder case is concerned. Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details. A crucial aspect, Shreya, of the investigation is to establish that indeed this is Shraddha's body, and that's the reason why the DNA sampling from her biological father becomes very important here.
Absolutely, Sneha. You know, the next few days will be extremely crucial for the Delhi police in confirming the evidences that they have collected so far. Now, the dismembered body parts that have been sent for the FSL will obviously be verified with Shraddha's father's DNA sample. What we're learning about the bones that have been recovered, they belong to the spinal and the torso portion from her body, is what we're learning from our sources in the Delhi police. And the other murkier detail, Sneha, that is emerging is that when this man Aftab used to chop the body parts of Shraddha, he used to ensure that the shower inside is open. Why would he do that? He was to ensure that no blood stain could actually stay in the floor, and that clearly points out that how meticulously he pointed out, and he knew every fact that probably could go against him. He ensured that he could avert that, and these are chilling details that are now emerging from those investigations that are right now being conducted by the Delhi police, and clearly this is something that only gets murkier day by day.
Yes, in fact, there is more news coming in. This is another big scoop on Delhi's most chilling murder. Apart from Bumble, accused Aftab was active on other dating platforms as well. The Delhi police is now suspecting that Aftab might have come in touch with more than one woman during the timeline of this crime. This would help the police clear the motive behind the murder. Shreya, sources within Delhi police in fact are indicating that not just one woman, but there could be more women who could have been brought to the flat during the time he murdered Shraddha and disposed of the body.
Well, absolutely, Sneha, and as much as this is something very personal to every person, the reason this is being discussed today is because the motive behind the murder is something the Delhi police wants to unearth. The fact that now we're learning that it was not just Bumble, but this man was active on other dating sites as well, and there could be a possibility that he could have come across more than one woman. Why is it important? Because there's already confirmation that while the body parts of Shraddha was inside the house, there was a woman who had entered the flat. Whether there could be more than one woman would be very critical for Delhi police, because they would want to record statements of these women to corroborate that those little evidences that they might have come across while they visited the residence. And that's the reason this is an extremely crucial piece of information that we're breaking right now, that this man Aftab was active on more than one dating platforms, and there's a huge possibility that he could have come across more than one woman. Remember, one of the other major reasons behind their fight was suspicion. There was suspicion between the couple that raised to multiple fights between both of them, and right now Delhi police is depending heavily on the technical evidences that they've gathered from the electronic devices to unearth this chapter.
All right. In fact, we're getting in more pictures, and these are in fact first images of cops recovering key evidence from Aftab's Mehrauli residence. The pictures, you can see police officers leaving from the house with items in their hands. These are pictures, in fact, of Delhi police officers leaving the house of Aftab Amin Poonawala in Mehrauli. What appears to be some pieces of evidence is what they have left this flat with. These are some items in their hand, is what we can see from these CCTV pictures. Shreya continues to be with us for more on that. Shreya, any idea what these crucial pieces of evidence could be from within the flat?
Well, in all likelihood, Sneha, there could be things that the Delhi police have recovered which they suspected could have been used for committing the crime, and obviously for disposing of those bodies. There could be polythene bags that could have been recovered, remnants of liquids, remnants of bottles of liquids that it could have been recovered in, as well as some clothes that might have been used to either dispose of the body or wrap the body. There are certain things that the Delhi police have already recovered, we do know, and these visuals that we are getting, these are CCTV visuals from the 12th of November. Remember, the FIR against Aftab Poonawala was filed on the 10th of November, and it was through the course of investigation that the Delhi police obviously arrested him on the 11th. And the visuals that you see are from the 12th of November, when Delhi police was getting some evidences out of that same residence where both Shraddha and Aftab used to live.
All right, we have more information, and this is a massive scoop on Shraddha's death. We have access to her Instagram chat with a friend on the 4th of May, where she was seen talking in a normal manner, is what we know. One of the last few conversations, possibly, that Shraddha had with her friends, in which she seems to be talking in a normal fashion. Shreya, what is this conversation about? Tell us more.
Well, Sneha, this conversation is an Instagram chat dated 4th of May. It becomes extremely crucial to point out that somewhere down the line, Shraddha was completely unaware that there was a possibility that Aftab was pre-planning this murder. And this is extremely heartbreaking to see that this lady was completely fine, happy in her life, conversing with her friend about a reel that she shared on Instagram. She wanted some feedback on that reel from her friend, and it is a chat that now we've accessed, which dates back to the 4th of May, which points out that this woman was completely unaware that in the next 4 days, what would be happening with her. So that's something which is shocking. It's heartbreaking to see that she was absolutely unaware, having the most normal conversation we all have with our friends on Instagram.
Be with us, Shreya. Continue to be with us. We are talking about more details in the Shraddha murder case. Days after arresting murderer Aftab, Delhi police has now decided to run a narco test on him. Delhi police says he's constantly changing his statements and is not giving information on the weapon he used for murder, and is not giving clarity on where is Shraddha's phone. What did he really do with it? Now, in a chilling confession, Aftab told the police that he tried killing Shraddha once in the past as well, but since she started crying, he changed his mind. He claims at that time too he thought of killing her following an argument over marriage. While 10 to 12 pieces of body parts have been found from the forest of Delhi, Shraddha's head has still not been found. Search operation is on to find her head in the forest of Delhi.
We are right now in the same forest where Aftab used to bring the body parts of Shraddha, and he used to throw them here in this dense forest. And now, today, the police teams have been here. They're trying to find more and more evidences as far as that particular murder is concerned. The men that you see inside are all police officials who are trying to gather more evidences, especially the body parts that were thrown here in this particular area. Now, as of now, the police have been able to collect some body parts of Shraddha Walkar, but most of the bodies still is yet to be found, and that is a very key piece of evidence in terms of cracking this entire case is concerned. Second thing is the murder weapon that has yet not been found, and that is also going to be extremely important in order for in order for the police to build a strong case against Shraddha. Third thing is the mobile phone of Shraddha that is still missing, and that is also a key piece of information. So all of these things are being searched very thoroughly in this dense forest, and the teams that are inside have been here for the past 4 hours. Yesterday, the police had brought Aftab here, and they were trying to find the exact spots where the body pieces were thrown by Aftab. The skull is yet to be found, and yesterday, the police also took Aftab to the flat where he was living with Shraddha to recreate the crime scene.
ये श्रद्धा और वो आफ्ताब दोनों को मोबाइल में एनालिसिस किया था, मोबाइल का तांत्रिक विश्लेषण किया था, बैंक डिटेल्स लिया था, जो नाडर है उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया था, आफ्ताब को बुलाया था उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया था। ये जो सारी चीज़ सामने हमारे आई, और जब हमें लगा कि विसंगति उसमें है, पैसा विड्रॉ हुआ है, जो मोबाइल 2.5-3 महीने से मोबाइल बंद है, वो हिसाब से हमें किधर ना किधर हमें डाउट लग रहा था। बैंक डिटेल्स के हिसाब से 18 तारीख को 50,000 उसने निकाला है, मतलब अकाउंट से विड्रॉ हुआ है। उसके बाद में 6,000 विड्रॉ, ऐसा 2-3 बार उसका पैसा विड्रॉ हुआ है वो अकाउंट से, श्रद्धा के अकाउंट से।
In another shocker, gloves have been recovered from Aftab's Mehrauli home. Notably in the crime series, he was inspired by Dexter kills his victims while wearing gloves. My colleague Rahul Gautam brings you this report.
I'm standing right outside the room of Aftab, and I'll just show you a very crucial evidence. Inside the room, you can see these are the latex surgical gloves. Now, these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on our channel for our viewers. This is the room where murder happened. This is the same room of Chhatarpur Hill area, which was rented out by Aftab and Shraddha, and they were living here. And as per the police information, on 18th of May, Shraddha was killed by Aftab. And you can see these are the visuals, exclusive visuals of surgical gloves. Now, obviously, this could be a very crucial evidence, as we all know that surgical gloves are used by criminals in order to wipe out fingerprints, in order to not get detected while committing the crime. And you can see this is the exclusive visuals. You can also read, simply on it, that latex surgical gloves pre-powdered. Now, obviously, this is certainly going to be a crucial evidence, as Aftab would need to explain this as to what he was doing with these gloves inside this room, the very crime scene. This is the room. You can see, this is a crime scene, and obviously, police has, had came here along with Aftab, did investigation, did try to recreate the entire sequence of event, and this important piece of evidence is certainly going to help police to nail Aftab as to what, because obviously he would have to now explain that what he was doing, with these surgical gloves is why did he order them, and as many people are pointing out that these gloves could have played an important role in committing the crime, this gruesome crime, of which gory details are coming to the fore. With each passing day, we have to really see that how now the police is going to link these gloves with Aftab, how he's going to come up with the theory, how he's going to justify the presence of these surgical gloves inside the very room where Aftab used to stay.
Well, after butchering Shraddha into 35 pieces, Aftab visited a doctor as he also sustained some injuries while killing her. The doctor who treated him recalled how Aftab was very aggressive and restless when he'd come to him for treatment. The doctor told he looked right into his eyes while talking about the injury. Listen to the doctor narrating this incident.
क्या रीजन था, कब आया था, अगर आप डेट याद कर पाएं, और क्या सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट था?
एक्चुअली मई का मंथ था और ये मॉर्निंग आवर्स पे आया हुआ था. मेरी कैजुअलिटी लेटा हुआ था. मेरे असिस्टेंट ने बोला कि सर एक पेशेंट है, उसको लेसरेशन है राइट हैंड में और सुपरफिशियल लग रहा है, मतलब ऊपर लग रहा है, कोई ज़्यादा डीप नहीं है, सुपरफिशियल इंजरी है. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा, मैंने उससे हिंदी में बात किया, तो इसके बाद वो हिंदी नहीं बोल रहा था, कंटिन्यूअस इंग्लिश बोल रहा था, काफ़ी लाउड, काफ़ी जो है कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा था वो. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू सस्टेन दिस इंजरी. तो उसने बोला कि एक्चुअली व्हाइल कटिंग फ्रूट आई गॉट दिस इंजरी एंड आई वाज यूजिंग माय नाइफ. तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि छोटा सा कट है, सुपरफिशियल है, तो नाइफ से हुआ होगा. तो लेकिन वो बैठ नहीं रहा था, जैसे कि स्टीचेस के बाद होता पेशेंट बैठते हैं, अपना वेट करते हैं कि मेरा टाइम आएगा, वो बैठ नहीं रहा था, खड़ा ही था.
रेस्टलेस था.
हाँ, रेस्टलेस था. किसी सुन नहीं रहा था.
सोच ही नहीं सकते थे कुछ ऐसा भी करके कोई आ सकता है.
हाँ, पर ये आइडिया नहीं था कि ये किया, क्योंकि कोई नर्वस नहीं था, कोई बीच में अटक नहीं रहा था कि बोलने फंस रहा हो या फिर वो घबराया हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था.
It's time for a quick break here. Our entertainment show in the club coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption?
It takes no sides. माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
साहब? हाँ, क्रिकेट भी खेल लेता हूँ कभी-कभी। तो हो जाए 2-2 हाथ। चलिए। बैटिंग करते हो, बॉलिंग करते हो? नहीं, मैं बैटिंग ही करता हूँ। सिर्फ बैटिंग ही करता हूँ। फील्डिंग आपसे करवाऊंगा आज।
तो रविंद्र जडेजा हो, इरफान पठान, यूसुफ पठान, हार्दिक पांड्या, कई सारे लोग यहाँ गुजराती बैकग्राउंड से आ रहे हैं।
गुजरात के हर एक गली में आपको एक यूसुफ पठान मिलेगा। कोई और गली में जाओगे तो रविंद्र जडेजा मिलेगा। उससे आगे जाओगे तो विराट कोहली मिलेगा।
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Let's start the show today on a musical note as the full list of nominations for the 2023 Grammy Awards is out. Beyoncé has managed to dominate with 9 nods. Kendrick Lamar is another artist who's leading the nominations with 8 major nods. Adele with 7 and Harry Styles with 6. Take a look at the list. Gear up for Grammy Awards 2023 as the nominations are out. Pop superstar Beyoncé led the field of musicians nominated, setting up a showdown with Adele, Harry Styles and others for the top prize of Album of the Year. Beyoncé landed 9 nominations for the highest honors in music. This brings her career total to 88, tying her with husband Jay-Z as the most nominated artist in Grammy history. Her album, Renaissance, will compete for Album of the Year with Adele's 30, Harry's House from Harry Styles, Special from Lizzo, and entries from Bad Bunny and Coldplay, among others.
Right, guys? Take off the weirdo jury. I'ma take 10 steps and I'm taking off top 5. Take off the fabricate streams and the microwave meme. It's a real world outside. Take off the idols.
Rapper Kendrick Lamar also is in the running for Album of the Year for Mr. Morale and The Big Steppers. He received 8 nominations overall, followed by British singer Adele and singer-songwriter Carlile with 7 each.
I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby, let me in.
The nominations set up a rematch between Beyoncé and Adele, who won Album of the Year in 2017. Adele at the time had said that the award should have gone to Beyoncé's Lemonade. In fact, interestingly, Beyoncé has never won Album of the Year.
Back up, they don't love you like I love you. Step down, they don't love you like I love you. Can't you see there's no other man above you? What a wicked way to treat the girl that loves you. Hold up, they don't love you like I love you. Slow down, they don't love you like I love you. Hold up, oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul. You won't break my soul.
Her single, Break My Soul, will compete for Record and Song of the Year. Taylor Swift's 10-minute version of her 2012 song All Too Well also landed a nod for Best Song. Swift's latest album, Midnights, however, was released after this year's eligibility window.
At your sister's house and you still got it. And
Was it honestly the best?
K-pop boy band BTS made history as they have received 3 nominations at the Grammy Awards for 2023. Their song Yet to Come for the album Proof has been nominated in the Best Music category, and their collab track with Coldplay My Universe has received a nod under Best Pop Duo Group Performance category. BTS has now gotten a total of 5 Grammy nominations, making them the first and only Korean group to do so. Not just that, they are also the only Korean artist to be nominated for 3 consecutive years. What's more, BTS is facing backlash online, with some fans suggesting that they have made English songs only to get nominated for the Grammys, since not even a single Korean song has been nominated for the awards. The Best New Artist category contenders include Italian rock band Måneskin, Brazilian singer Anitta, and American singer-songwriter Molly Tuttle. The Grammys will be handed out at a ceremony in Los Angeles on February 5th. Winners will be chosen by the nearly 13,000 musicians, producers, and songwriters who belong to the Recording Academy. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Margot Robbie has confirmed that Disney has scrapped female-led Pirates of the Caribbean film, while the 3rd installment of Princess Diaries is reportedly in the works. This and much more, it's time to fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers. Here's our popular segment, Fully Foreign. Suicide Squad star Margot Robbie has revealed that her female-led Pirates of the Caribbean film, which was announced in June 2020, has been shelved. She said, and we quote, "We had an idea and we were developing it for a while, ages ago, to have more of a female-led, not totally female-led, but just a different kind of a story, which we thought would have been really cool. But I guess they don't want to do it." The confirmation had fans of the franchise celebrating the decision to shelve the film. And that's not all. No Johnny, No Pirates also started trending on social media. After Johnny Depp won his defamation trial against his wife, there were several reports that the actor may return to hit franchise Pirates of the Caribbean to play the iconic role of Captain Jack Sparrow, and was even offered $300 million by the studios.
If you spring me from this cell, I shall take you to the Black Pearl and your bonny lass. You're a pirate. Forgot one very important thing, mate. I'm Captain Jack Sparrow.
Jerry Bruckheimer, who produced all 5 Pirates movies starring Depp, said that 2 films were in development and confirmed that the Pirates franchise's future currently did not have involvement of Johnny Depp, despite rumors suggesting so. Following his trial win, Johnny Depp has released a music album and also taken a directorial project, which is being produced by Al Pacino. Whereas Margot Robbie has projects such as Babylon.
If I had money, I would only spend it on things that were fun, not boring things like taxes. I just want for everyone to party forever.
Barbie, Runes, and an untitled project with filmmaker David O. Russell.
How long have you 2 been married?
That's me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long have you and Pops been married?
1,500 years.
We should switch seats.
How long have you guys been married?
1,500 years.
Did that go better this time?
She looked up in the middle of something up that way.
You're right. Let's do it again. Take 3, opener.
A year after Robert Downey Sr.'s death, a celebration of his life in the form of documentary will be streaming on Netflix. The makers released a trailer of the documentary that showcases Downey Sr.'s take on life and art.
I had an idea of doing a documentary about his dad and about their life together. So many people, they know Robert Downey Jr., but they don't know Robert Downey Sr.
He's a talented underground filmmaker named Robert Downey.
The film will also throw light on his relationship with son Robert Downey Jr. A prominent figure in the film industry of the 60s and 70s, Downey Sr. is best known for being an accomplished countercultural filmmaker, including writing and directing the 1969 underground film Putne Swap.
I do exactly the same job as the other executives, but I don't make as much money as they do. I don't think that's right.
If I give you a raise, everybody's gonna want a raise. And if I give them a raise, they'll still be making more money than you. And we'll be right back where we started.
Downey Sr. passed away in July 2021 due to complications from Parkinson's disease. And for the last 3 years of his life, Downey Jr. had been filming a documentary about his father, and it will start streaming on Netflix from December 2nd.
Meaning to your movies? Oh my God. I hope not. What do we want to talk about?
Everything.
Oh, boy.
I'm very interested in who my dad is just in the here and now. No one knows the hour in the day. We never know how much time we have with each other.
So who is this guy?
There she is right there. That's Mia Thermopolis. To Princess Mia.
Mia Thermopolis has everything a girl could ever want.
I have my own mall.
Princess Genovia might be returning back to the big screen yet again.
Cool!
The third installment of Princess Diaries is reportedly in works.
I'm ready for a romantic fairy tale love.
The script is being written by Adrita Mukherjee, while Deborah Martin Chase will produce it. The third film will serve as continuation of the original film series. The 2001 American coming-of-age comedy film marked Anne Hathaway's debut in Hollywood.
Come true.
Only Paula can take this and give you
Much better.
Princess Diaries followed the story of Mia Thermopolis, a shy American teenager who learns she's an heir to the throne of a European kingdom. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The Princess Diaries.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
आम आदमी पार्टी को लग रहा है कि कुछ ना कुछ सीटें वो सूरत जैसे अर्बन पॉकेट्स में निकाल पाएगी और आपके गढ़ में आपको चोट पहुंचा पाएगी।
ये दिसंबर के महीने में ये सभी लोग बिस्तर बांध के वापस अपने गांव पहुंचेंगे और दिसंबर के बाद इन लोग को बुलाने से भी कोई लोग यहाँ पे गुजरात में आने के लिए तैयार नहीं होंगे। गुजरात की जनता ने हर समय ये लोगों का हिसाब एकदम बोलते हैं ना कि ब्याज के समय तो उनका हिसाब ठीक से करते हैं और दिसंबर महीने के चुनाव के रिजल्ट में ये हिसाब हो जाएगा।
Ranbir Kapoor to Nora Fatehi. It's time to check out what is keeping us celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending. New daddy Ranbir Kapoor is one of the fittest actors in the film industry, and after returning home with his baby girl and wife Alia Bhatt, the Kapoor heartthrob has resumed work. He was spotted on the sets of one of his projects and also resumed his workout session. Ranbir's fitness trainer took to his social media account and shared a picture with the actor. In the caption, Drew mentioned that RK had the best excuse not to hit the gym after the birth of his baby girl, but smashed every sessions. Meanwhile, new mommy Alia Bhatt too is back, albeit on social media, as she shared a picture for the first time post the birth of her daughter. In the blurry picture, she can be seen holding an orange color cup which had Mama written on it. Alia captioned the post as "It me" and also added a yellow heart emoji. On work front, Ranbir Kapoor will next be seen in Sandeep Reddy Vanga's Animal. In the film, he will be sharing screen space with Rashmika Mandanna, Anil Kapoor and Bobby Deol. The actor also has Love Ranjan's yet-to-be-titled film with Shraddha Kapoor and Brahmastra 2. Alia Bhatt, on the other hand, will next be seen in Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani alongside Ranveer Singh, Dharmendra, Shabana Azmi and Jaya Bachchan. She will also be making her big Hollywood debut with Heart of Stone co-starring Gal Gadot. And finally, she also has Farhan Akhtar's Ji Le Zara in her kitty. Actor Rajkumar Rao and Patrulekha recently celebrated 1 year of marriage, and Rao took to social media and shared a video montage of some of their memories together. Along with the video, he wrote, and we quote, "Celebrating 1 year of love, honor and togetherness." Celebrities such as Sikandar Kher, Neha Dhupia, Abhishek Banerjee, Tahira Kashyap, Shruti Hassan among others commented on the video. The duo, who worked together in Hansal Mehta's City Lights back in 2014, dated for a decade before tying the knot in an intimate ceremony in Chandigarh last year. Rajkumar Rao is currently basking in the success of his Netflix film Monica Oh My Darling. The neo-noir drama also stars Huma Qureshi, Akansha Ranjan Kapoor and Radhika Apte in pivotal roles.
क्या डर लग रहा मतलब क्या? मेरा क्या रोज का ही?
As far as Rajkumar's upcoming projects are concerned, he has Anubhav Sinha's upcoming social drama Bheer with Bhumi Pednekar in his kitty, along with Mr. and Mrs. Mahi with Janhvi Kapoor. He will also start shooting for the sequel to his 2018 hit Stree soon. Patrulekha, on the other hand, will be seen in Pune opposite Pratik Gandhi and Amazon Prime Video's web series Gulakand Tales alongside Kunal Kemo. Nora Fatehi has been making news ever since it was confirmed that she will be a part of 2022 FIFA World Cup theme, and now a behind-the-scenes video of her shaking a leg with Ayushmann from Song Shoot has gone viral. Sources suggest that the video is from a track for Ayushmann's next film, Action Hero. In the video, Ayushmann can be seen sporting a dapper look, wearing a black suit and pant, along with goggles, while Nora can be seen wearing a shimmery bodycon dress. The makers had released the trailer of Action Hero on November 11th, and it has generated a lot of buzz. The glimpse showcases current volatile times where Bollywood stars often find themselves at the receiving end of public wrath. Other than Ayushmann risking his life to save himself from public scrutiny, also finds his films facing a boycott trend, with people burning his posters and protesting against his movies.
हीरो था, इसीलिए दो लाइफ जी रहा था, एक पर्दे पर, एक असल जिंदगी में। फिर उसने आके दोनों के बीच का धागा खींच दिया।
फिर आ गया। याद आ रही थी तेरी।
अबे साले सुबह मिले तो थे।
सुबह का तो सारा टाइम जान पहचान में निकल गया ना।
Directed by Anirudh Iyer, the action and offbeat satire is bankrolled by Anand L. Rai and is slated to hit cinemas on December 2nd.
Manav.
हाँ।
ये कौन है?
विक्की का भाई।
कौन विक्की?
तू कौन है?
कादर।
कौन कादर?
साले किसी ने तो पहचान ले।
हो क्या रही है? अरे अपनी बॉडी पे कंट्रोल नहीं है। तुम्हारे सारे सिम्टम्स ही बता रहे हैं कि तुम प्रेग्नेंट। हाँ। What? लात मार।
The title track of Ritesh Deshmukh and Genelia starrer Mr. Mummy is out. The song has been sung by Amit Gupta, Harjot Kaur and composed by Sneha Khanwalkar. The lyrics have been penned by Kumar. The upbeat track showcases Ritesh as he struggles to cover up his baby bump.
जो पहले ना हुआ था अब वो काम हो गया जो भी पर्दे में था वो खुले आम हो गया इश्क में ऐसा कर गया हद से गुजर गया बैठे बैठे बंदा बदनाम हो गया
Mr. Mummy is directed by Shad Ali and is all set to release in theatres on November 18th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now there are other big newsmakers as well and are all from regional cinema. Take a look at our trending segment Up South.
Welcome to Eva.
Samantha Ruth Prabhu's Yashoda is running successfully at the theatres across the country. The film has received a lot of love from audiences as well as critics. Yashoda marks her first pan-India release in 5 languages including Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada and Hindi. The film is working wonders even in the US. Reportedly, it has surpassed 3.2 crore rupees in the country and is still going strong at the box office. Back home too, the film has been receiving warm welcome. Yashoda collected 1.35 crore rupees on its 4th day of release and the film's total collection now stands at around 11.63 crore rupees. Earlier, Samantha had shared this behind-the-scenes video, giving fans a glimpse of what went into making this film. Yashoda is based on real-life events about mafia around surrogate mothers and the cosmetology industry. The crime thriller is helmed by director duo Hari and Harish and also features Oni Mukandan and Varalakshmi Sarath Kumar in pivotal roles. Prithviraj Sukumar and Asif Ali's actioner Kappa and Nivin Pauli's period drama Thuramukham are reportedly all set to clash at the box office. An official confirmation from the makers of both these films regarding the release dates is expected soon. Kappa, which will mark Prithviraj Sukumar's 3rd collaboration with senior filmmaker Shaji Kailas, is expected to hit the big screen on December 22nd. Set in Kerala's capital city, Kappa is a film that will deal with the Kerala Anti-Social Activities Act, which is commonly known as Gunda Act in Kerala. Kappa, which is based on G.R. Indugopan's renowned novel Shankumukhi, is expected to be released in 2 parts. Thuramukham, on the other hand, was all set to hit cinemas in 2021 but was postponed due to COVID-19 pandemic. The film will star Nivin Pauli in the role of a leader of port labourers who fought against the tax system that existed in the 1940s and 50s.
യൂണിയൻ മതി
Thuramukkam is based on a play of the same name written by K.N. Chidambaram and boasts of a stellar cast including Indrajit Sukumar, Purnima Indrajit, Jojo George. New pictures of Nayanthara and Vignesh Shivan, who are easily one of the most loved celebrity couples in the Tamil film industry, are going viral on social media. For the Anwars, the duo had made headlines after they announced the arrival of their twin baby boys through surrogacy in October this year. The Tamil Nadu government had then said that they will conduct an inquiry to check whether the couple violated surrogacy laws. Following the inquiry, Nayanthara and Vignesh Shivan filed an affidavit and clarified that their marriage was registered 6 years ago and that they welcomed twins via surrogate who is her relative. They also added that they registered for surrogacy in December 2021, weeks before commercial surrogacy was banned in India. Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
ऐसा कहा जाता है कि काशी का मरण और सूरत का जमन, जमन मतलब भोजन, तो सूरत का भोजन हमेशा बहुत ही फेमस रहा है। सभी व्यक्ति यहाँ पे रोड पे यही फुटपाथ पे बैठ के खाते हैं, यही सूरत की पहचान है। अब खाना आपके लिए इसके लिए उन्होंने बनाया है। अच्छा। कि आपकी हालत बहुत दुबली है।
नहीं मेरी दुबली नहीं है।
तो ये जयेश भाई जैसे करने के लिए आपको ये सब व्यवस्था की गई है।
आपको मेरे जैसा बनना चाहिए।
प्रेजेंटेड बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
watching India Today.
Hello there, good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories are in this edition. Delhi police intensifies probe into the butchery of Aftab. Cops claim he is being evasive and smell a larger plot. Court allows not for narco test. Another shocking murder, this time from Jabalpur, where a crazy lover killed his partner for allegedly cheating on him. Shoots a video of Shilpa breathing her last, lying in a pool of blood. Aam Aadmi Party MLA skin aides have been arrested for allegedly taking a bribe for promising ticket for MCD polls. Complainant releases a sting operation as well up, rejects the charges. Prime Minister Modi final day in Bali as G20 concludes. He has officially taken over India's presidency for 2023 edition from Indonesia. Bilateral with Rishi Sunak underway. Two dead in Poland, 15 miles from Ukraine border after Russian-made missile strike. Biden chairs emergency meeting, doubts the missiles are fired from Russia. Getting exclusive news breaks on the Shraddha murder case. 10 more bones found from under the spinal cord area is what we know. Aftab kept the shower of the bathroom on while sawing the body so that the blood would flow away and not leave stains on the floor of the bathroom. Murder accused Aftab to undergo a narco analysis test. The permission for the same is coming. Shraddha's last Instagram chat screenshot has been found. Delhi police found surgical gloves as well at Aftab's house. Disturbing details coming in. Aftab Punawala kept the shower on in the bathroom so that the blood stains would not be left on the tiles of the floor of the bathroom and would be washed away is what we're learning. The police in fact has also recovered some items from Aftab's house, the CCTV pictures of which we had put out for our viewers just a few moments ago, that shows that recoveries from his house to piece together all the evidence continues. Narco analysis test is going to be done on Aftab Punawala and the permission from the same has been sought from a court. Also, on the 4th of May, Shraddha in fact had a conversation with a friend of hers on Instagram and things appeared to be normal at that point in time. Shreya has more details on that story. Shreya, first of all, talk to us about the new items that have been retrieved or recovered from Aftab's house by the police, pictures of which we had put out. Shreya, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the other pieces of evidence that the police are still gathering in terms of his items, some items recovered from his flat there in Mehrauli.
Well, Sneha, as we were talking through, that there are electronic devices that the Delhi police have already seized from the flat of Aftab and Shraddha. Now, this includes the laptops, as we are learning, and this will obviously be sent in for the technical analysis. And apart from that, there are other things which also includes the bottles that were stored in the kitchen. That is because they want to get the fact that whether there were any liquid that was used to clean the fridge and the floor there could be some remnants to that, so that could also help Delhi police corroborate the entire picture. So these things that the Delhi police has already retrieved have officially been sent to the FSL for the verification.
That's right, FSL for verification, but we also are getting in some other murky details here that I want to talk to you about. For example, the very fact that he left the shower open, he took the body to the bathroom. While he was sawing it, he left the shower open so that the blood stains would not be on the floor of the bathroom. These are very disturbing details of the manner in which this man so meticulously carried out this gruesome murder.
Well, first and foremost, we clearly know that this person was in complete sense when he was planning how to dispose of all the evidences. He Googled about the acids which could be used to cleanse the fridge, to be cleansed the floors, and that's something that is obviously unearthed by the search history that the Delhi police is now relying on from that technical evidences that they will probably shortly put their hands on. Apart from that, remember there are also murkier details coming in that this man used to chop the body parts of Shraddha, keeping the bathroom shower open. The reason behind that, he did not want any blood stain or any blood clots to accumulate in the bathroom. So clever things that this man had probably pre-planned. He knew that he had to get away with the murder. Clearly there was no remorse, and he very meticulously, one by one, carried out things very particularly to probably evade from this entire crime that he had committed, from cleansing the floor, from cleansing the fridge, to chopping her body parts, keeping the shower open, to disposing the body parts at the death of the night. This man probably had it all planned, and the place where he disposed of the body parts, that's very crucial. It's hardly 650 meters away from the residence. That's probably another reason why the Delhi police is completely suspicious that this entire murder was planned, and according to that, he chose a location which could probably help him also remove all the evidences that points out to this crime.
Shreya, to establish that the body remains that have been found are indeed of Shraddha's, the police, of course, is to do DNA sampling, for which the father of Shraddha is also going to be called in, given that he was the biological father.
Well, absolutely. Now, Shraddha's father's DNA samples are yet to be collected, but we do know that there are some body parts that have already been retrieved. 10 to 13 were retrieved earlier. Today as well, there are certain body parts that have been retrieved. From the onset, it looks like they are body parts from the torso and the spinal part of a human body. They are now being sent to the FSL for verification. That will be obviously cross-verified with the DNA of Shraddha's father, and probably the FSL and the technical evidences and all scientific evidence again is what the Delhi police is right now depending on to corroborate this entire murder, because somewhere down the line it's circumstantial evidences mostly. Apart from that, important to point out that the Delhi police is now trying to probably map the CCTV. Which CCTVs were on the route of Aftab when he used to come out of the residence, go to Mehroli, all his movements. Now Delhi police is creating a map of CCTVs, because you remember a CCTV data is usually backed up for 30 to 45 days. Now it will help Delhi police to probably use their advanced technical setups to probably zero in on those CCTVs which they are sure might have caught Aftab. They would try and see if they could fetch any data which goes back to the month of May. So this is a crucial part of an exercise that the Delhi police is right now also undertaken.
Be with us, Shreya. I'm coming back to you in a moment from now. In fact, we have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. There are more chilling details that have emerged. Shraddha murdered on the 18th of May between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Fight over groceries and house expenses is what actually led to the murder. Shraddha's body was kept in the room all night. Then the body was chopped up on the 19th of May, and then Aftab bought the fridge. Cops are in touch with Aftab's parents is what we've been given to understand. Shreya continues to be with us. Shreya, anything at all that we know about Aftab's family, Aftab's parents, and what kind of clues would they be offering in this entire case?
Well, that obviously includes, first and foremost, if they are cooperating with the Delhi police and accepting the fact that it was indeed their son who has gone ahead and committed this murder. Now, tomorrow the picture will become a little bit more clear when Aftab's remand with the Delhi police expires and he will be produced before the court. It would be interesting to point out that what is the alibi of Aftab's advocate, if at all. There is something that they would also like to bank on, to weaken the case. Something that, remember, Delhi police is also suspecting that probably probably in the 5 days of period where Aftab was with the Delhi police in the custody, he might have just tried to weaken the case legally, taken them to places where there couldn't be any possible corroboration. So tomorrow that becomes important, and if at all that is the case, then probably there would be little to no help that the Delhi police would be getting from the family members. But obviously the only place that they come to help the Delhi police is about the background of Aftab. How was he as a person? If at all there was any previous history of Aftab which could prove that he was an aggressive and violent person, as is already being talked about right now. Those are little piece of the information that the family of Aftab could help the Delhi police with.
Well, absolutely. Also, we seem to have gotten a sense of what actually led to this particular fight, which eventually turned fatal for Shraddha Ashriya. It was a fight that took place over groceries and household expenses.
Well, absolutely. And, it's very unfortunate, while we're discussing this, that live-in partnerships or probably these kind of relationships are prevalent in today's time. It's very unfortunate that certain things could probably lead to something as humongous as a murder. And probably everyone who's watching the telecast of this particular story is also shocked and traumatized about their personal experiences. And today, when we come across this detail from our top Delhi police sources that the murder was in fact about little bit of things like groceries, about who is putting in the expenses behind the household chores. That's something which is shocking and horrible, that how petty could a human go down to that they could kill a person over such frivolous issues.
Thanking you for the moment, Shreya, for getting us all of those details. And staying with this story, in fact, India Today went to Gurugram, the locality of the office where Aftab used to work. Take a look at this ground report.
We are bringing you an exclusive report from the workplace of Aftab Poonawala. We are in Gurgaon right now, and outside that very company where he used to work. And this is a private company that is in Gurgaon. Here, Aftab Poonawala used to work in a client servicing vertical. So there are several departments here, and in one of the department where there was a requirement of client servicing, Aftab Poonawala was working, and he started his work somewhere around the same time when he murdered Shraddha Walkar, and that is the most shocking detail. In fact, when he murdered her, around that same time he started working here, and throughout the period of 20 to 25 days when he used to throw the body parts of Shraddha Walkar in a forested area, he continued. He was working here, and the most shocking thing is that nobody had any hint that among them, those people who were working here, among them there was their co-worker who not only murdered his live-in partner but also was dismembered her body and was disposing her body by each and every day, and while working here.
Shraddha murder case is only getting murkier. Well, days after arresting murderer Aftab, Delhi police has now decided to run a narco test on him. Delhi police says he's constantly changing his statements and is not giving enough information on the weapon he used for murder, and is not giving clarity about where Shraddha's phone is. In a chilling confession, Aftab told Delhi police that he tried killing Shraddha once in the past as well, but since she started crying, he changed his mind. He claims at that time too he thought of killing her following an argument over marriage. While 10 to 12 pieces of body parts have been found from the forest of Delhi, Shraddha's head has still not been found. Search operation is on to find her head in the forest of Delhi.
ये श्रद्धा और वो आफ्ताब दोनों का मोबाइल ने एनालिसिस किया था, मोबाइल का तांत्रिक विश्लेषण किया था, बैंक डिटेल्स दिया था, जो नाडर है उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया था, आफ्ताब को बुलाया था उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया था। ये जो सारी चीज़ सामने हमारे आई, और जब हमें लगा कि विसंगति उसमें है, पैसा विड्रॉ हुआ है, जो मोबाइल 2.5-3 महीने से मोबाइल बंद है, वो हिसाब से हमें किधर ना किधर हमें डाउट लग रहा था। बैंक डिटेल्स के हिसाब से 18 तारीख को 50,000 उसने निकाला है, मतलब अकाउंट से विड्रॉ हुआ है। उसके बाद में 6,000 विड्रॉ, ऐसा 2-3 बार उसका पैसा विड्रॉ हुआ है वो अकाउंट से, श्रद्धा के अकाउंट से।
How was Aftab eventually arrested? Aftab's claim is that Shraddha left on the 22nd of May and never returned to him. Cops have, however, busted this lie. Bank transfers from Shraddha's account on the 26th of May actually show some financial transactions. Aftab has claimed that Shraddha took her phone with herself. Cops again have busted this lie as well, showing that Shraddha's Instagram account actually operated from Delhi and was active. Aftab claimed there was no contact with Shraddha after the 22nd of May. But in terms of the money transactions, it is clear that 54,000 was sent from Shraddha's account to Aftab's after the 22nd day of May. In another shocker, gloves have been recovered from Aftab's Mehrauli home. Notably in the crime series he was inspired by, which is Dexter. Dexter kills his victims while wearing gloves. My colleague Rahul Gautam brings you this report.
I'm standing right outside the room of Aftab, and I'll just show you a very crucial evidence. Inside the room you can see these are the latex surgical gloves. Now these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on our channel for our viewers. This is the room where murder happened. This is the same room of Chhatarpur Hill area which was rented out by Aftab and Shraddha, and they were living here. And as per the police information, on 18th of May, Shraddha was killed by Aftab. And you can see these are the visuals, exclusive visuals of surgical gloves. Now, obviously, this could be a very crucial evidence, as we all know that surgical gloves are used by criminals in order to wipe out fingerprints, in order to not get detected while committing the crime. And you can see this is the exclusive visuals. You can also read, simply on it, that latex surgical gloves pre-powdered. Now, obviously, this is certainly going to be a crucial evidence, as Aftab would need to explain this as to what he was doing with these gloves. Inside this room, the very crime scene, this is the room. You can see, this is a crime scene, and obviously police has, had came here along with Aftab, did investigation, did try to recreate the entire sequence of event, and this important piece of evidence is certainly going to help police to nail Aftab as to what, because obviously he would have to now explain that what he was doing, with these surgical gloves is why did he order them, and as many people are pointing out that these gloves could have played an important role in committing the crime, this gruesome crime, of which gory details are coming to the fore. With each passing day, we have to really see that how now the police is going to link these gloves with Aftab, how he's going to come up with the theory, how he's going to justify the presence of these surgical gloves inside the very room where Aftab used to stay.
Well, after butchering Shraddha into 35 pieces, Aftab also went to a doctor because he also had sustained some injuries while killing her. The doctor who treated him recalled how Aftab was very aggressive and restless when he had come to him for treatment. The doctor said that Aftab looked at him right into his eyes while talking about the injury, obviously lying about it. Listening to the doctor's narration.
क्या रीजन था, कब आया था, अगर आप डेट याद कर पाएं, और क्या सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट था?
एक्चुअली मई का मंथ था और ये मॉर्निंग आवर्स पे आया हुआ था. मेरी कैजुअल्टी में लेटा हुआ था. मेरे असिस्टेंट ने बोला कि सर एक पेशेंट है, उसको लेसरेशन है राइट हैंड में और सुपरफिशियल लग रहा है, मतलब ऊपर लग रहा है, कोई ज़्यादा डीप नहीं है, सुपरफिशियल इंजरी है. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा, मैंने उससे हिंदी में बात किया, तो इसके बाद वो हिंदी नहीं बोल रहा था, कंटिन्यूअस इंग्लिश बोल रहा था, काफ़ी लाउड, काफ़ी जो है कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा था वो. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू सस्टेन दिस इंजरी. तो उसने बोला कि एक्चुअली व्हाइल कटिंग फ्रूट आई गॉट दिस इंजरी एंड आई वाज यूजिंग माय नाइफ. तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि छोटा सा कट है, सुपरफिशियल है, तो नाइफ से हुआ होगा. तो लेकिन वो बैठ नहीं रहा था, जैसे कि स्टीचेस के बाद होता पेशेंट बैठते हैं, अपना वेट करते हैं कि मेरा टाइम आएगा, वो बैठ नहीं रहा था, खड़ा ही था. रेस्टलेस था. किसी सुन नहीं रहा था.
सोच ही नहीं सकते थे कि कुछ ऐसा भी करके कोई आ सकता है.
हाँ, पर ये आइडिया नहीं था कि ये किया, क्योंकि कोई नर्वस नहीं था, कोई बीच में अटक नहीं रहा था कि बोलने फंस रहा हो या फिर वो घबराया हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था.
Let's take you through all the key locations in Delhi where the investigations are on. First of all, Chhatarpur Pahadi, Aftab's residence, where the Delhi police has been looking for evidence. Accused Aftab used to dispose of the body parts in the forest at 2 a.m. every night. 650 meters from where he stayed is where Mehrauli forest is, which is actually a 10-minute walking distance. Aftab disposed of the body parts over a period of 18 days. Police are searching for body parts in this particular area, which is spread over 1 square kilometers. In another horrifying revelation, the Delhi murder case, police have revealed that the accused, Aftab Poonawalla, was inspired by American crime show Dexter to commit the brutal murder. Police also have revealed gory details about the accused's Google search history, where he looked for the method of blood cleaning and read about human anatomy. Here's more.
A cold-blooded killing bordering on the methodology of a psychopath. A calculated butchery, fueled, in part at least, by a Google search. A meticulous plot to dispose of body parts and destroy evidence. Even as the entire country reels under shock over the gruesome murder of Shraddha Walkar. Chilling details about the alleged murderer Aftab Amin Poonawalla have emerged. Police sources have now revealed that before committing the crime, Aftab watched many crime movies and popular web series, including the American serial killer drama Dexter. Aftab, after strangulating Shraddha, allegedly hacked her body into small parts and kept them in black poly bags stored in a fridge bought the day after the killing. He disposed of the body parts, very much like Dexter's main character Dexter Morgan, who plays a serial killer. In the show, Dexter kills his victims in plastic-wrapped rooms while wearing gloves, dismembers their corpses, and then dumps them in the Gulf Stream of the Atlantic Ocean. Aftab, on the other hand, is said to have cut Shraddha's body into 35 pieces and dumped them in the forested parts of Delhi's Chhatarpur. Aftab had studied hotel management and worked as a chef for a few years. He had undergone 2 weeks of training on how to cut meat, which he used to chop Shraddha's body. According to investigators, Aftab says he kept seeing Shraddha's face after keeping her head in his refrigerator, which strikes a resemblance to American serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Aftab even Googled methods to clean blood traces and DNA to wipe off evidence. The Delhi murder is another example of how real life can inspire real-life ghastly crimes. At least, that's what investigators claim so far. The story is still unfolding and many details are yet to emerge. With Arvind Ojha and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
There are several links that are still missing and we'll talk about them. Where are Shraddha's chopped body parts, including her head? Also the weapon used for killing Shraddha and also for then disposing of her body. Where is the backpack used to carry the body parts and dispose of those body parts? Also the phone, victim's phone is still missing. Shraddha and Aftab's blood-stained clothes are also missing and the police is trying to retrieve these things. Investigations now reveal that Shraddha was in a toxic and abusive relationship and at times was desperate to get out. A school friend of hers has told the police of a conversation the two had after a terrible fight that Shraddha and Aftab Amin Poonawalla had, where she feared he would kill her. Though her friends insist they warned Aftab and he apologized, but sadly her fears did come true. Police now accuse Aftab of having killed Shraddha. A crime bureau with a top story.
Shraddha Walkar feared for her life. She confided in friends, saying she was in an abusive relationship. Her relationship with Aftab changed completely once she left home. Aftab was not only suspicious but also very aggressive.
एक बार ऐसा भी झगड़ा हुआ था जब उसने मुझे व्हाट्सएप पे ऐसा मैसेज करके बोला कि प्लीज यहाँ मेरे घर पे आ जा, मुझे बाहर लेके जा, अगर आज रात को मैं इसके साथ घर पे रही तो ये मुझे मार डालेगा. ऐसा भी झगड़ा हुआ है उनके बीच में.
Her friends recall after being assaulted, Shraddha called up a friend asking him to rescue her. She said she wanted to leave immediately or Aftab would kill her. In fact, her friends not only rescued her but also warned Aftab not to hit her.
The surprising thing is, in spite this toxic relationship, in spite Shraddha herself wanting to get out of this, she was unable to. I think there was something very, very, very big brewing inside that we are not informed about.
According to her friends, Aftab apologized for having assaulted Shraddha and she forgave him. However, source of tension between the two remained. Police officials privy to investigations say Aftab continued to keep in touch with other women on a dating app on his mobile phone, and this angered Shraddha. But was that the trigger for the latest fight? And her murder remains the subject of investigation. With Arvind Ojha in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And earlier we spoke to former Delhi top cop Kiran Bedi, who said women should be aware and see signs of any kind of abuse at the first. You've been talking about the fact that how the police in fact should be going about registering these crimes, especially that of missing women. In this particular case, there are just so many discrepancies. Also, the role of the family here, which is upsetting, given that the father didn't even know that his child, his young daughter, was missing for many months until the time the friends informed the father. What could have been done better? How could have this case been handled better?
See, there are a lot of lessons to be learned. There are two aspects of this case to my mind. One is the police investigation, which is happening at breakneck speed. And I have no doubt that with the kind of experience Delhi police has had in these kinds of cases, it will do a solid, good job. And I also hope the judiciary will expedite the trial of this case. So as far as it's a lot of forensic science involved, a lot of DNA involved, because it has to be linked. The weapon has to be yet recovered. So there's a lot of work yet, and brain mapping, the lie detector. So there's a lot of scientific evidence required to be collected and implemented. That will be the police angle, which we'll keep hearing as the 90 days when the case is charge sheeted before the court. As far as the parents is concerned, I think I've been repeatedly saying that the primary responsibility of the parents is to provide security to their children.
Yes.
Boys do take care of themselves to a great extent, but girls need to be made bolder and courageous as they are groomed. Now, what is that bold and courageous I meant? I meant that they should be told of the challenges and realities of life as they move into relationships. Well, they will move into relationships, that's a human need, but not to accept disrespect to their self-respect, or not to get humiliated, or not to get attacked, not to be victims of violence. I think that grooming by the parents and the teachers in the classrooms for girls, but boys have to be told to be responsible, but the girls need to be told to be trained to be bold and courageous, and parents should not give up. They should not give up. If supposing a decision a daughter has taken, which is not in consonance with their thinking, they ought not to give up on their children, because that's their primary responsibility, to keep track at least of the girls. At least of the girls, because women are vulnerable to certain issues. So therefore, I would think the parents have a very important role. Even if the girl says, I've got nothing to do with you, parents must keep track of their daughters.
But there is time for a break. Here on the other side, another shocking murder, this time from Jabalpur. A crazy lover killed his partner, shoots a video of Shilpa breathing her last.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Well, a grisly killing has come to light from Madhya Pradesh, where a man allegedly killed a woman, shot a video with the victim's body and posted it on social media. It has been a week in fact since this incident, but the police are still on the lookout for Abhijit Patidar, who claims to have killed Shilpa by slitting her throat. On the 8th of November, the blood-smeared body of the victim was recovered from a room at the Meghla Resort in Jabalpur. In this video he posted on social media, Abhijit says, "Bewafai nahi karna," which is do not be unfaithful. He then lifts a blanket to reveal a woman lying in bed with her throat slit. In another video identifying himself as a trader from Patna, Abhijit names one Jitendra Kumar as his business partner and says that the victim had affairs with both of them. Abhijit has also said the victim had borrowed around 12 lakh rupees from Jitendra and fled to Jabalpur, and that it was upon Jitendra's instructions that he murdered the woman. The police have arrested Jitendra. Abhijit is still on the run.
बेवफाई नहीं करने का बेवफाई जितने बेवफाई करते हैं कैसे मरी पड़ी है
उनके साथ मेरा पार्टनरशिप में बिजनेस है और हम दोनों का शिल्पा शर्मा के साथ अफेयर था, लेकिन मेरे पार्टनर से वो बार बार पैसों की डिमांड करती थी और आखिर में वो मेरे पार्टनर के पैसे लेके भाग आई थी जबलपुर 10 से 12 लाख रुपए। बस इसी कारण मेरे पार्टनर ने बोला कि शिल्पा शर्मा को ख़त्म कर दो और उन्हीं के कहने पे मैंने शिल्पा शर्मा को ख़त्म किया है। शिल्पा शर्मा को ख़त्म करने में मेरे और मेरे पार्टनर का दोनों का हाथ है और अब इस मैटर में सिर्फ मुझे अकेले को फंसाया जा रहा है और मेरे पार्टनर से पैसों के लालच में उसने जो भी मेरे पार्टनर को ब्लैकमेल किया, इसी वजह से शिल्पा शर्मा को मैंने मारा है।
अभी जो प्रथम दृष्टया है वहाँ पे घटना स्थल के आसपास कुछ ब्लेड्स पाई गई थी और पीएम में भी ऐसा है कि कोई शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट का इस्तेमाल किया गया। तो अब ये पीएम के रिपोर्ट पे हम उनका एनालिसिस लेके हम उस पर अंतिम निष्कर्ष को पहुँचे। जो वायरल हुआ है हम किसकी है वो संभवतः जो मृतिका है उसकी आईडी से वायरल किया गया है, तो उस पर हमारी साइबर टीम लगी हुई है और चूंकि उसकी हत्या हो चुकी है उसके बाद इस्तेमाल की जा रही है तो उस पर हम विधि अनुसार धाराओं का भी समावेश अपराध में कर रहे हैं और हम साइबर टीम की मदद से उस पर ट्रैक करने की भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Well, ahead of MCD elections, Delhi's anti-corruption branch has arrested 3 people, including brother-in-law of Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi, in cash for tickets case. AAP MLA Akhilesh Party Tripathi's brother-in-law Om Singh, his PA Vishal Pandey and another associate, Prince Raghuvanshi, have been arrested. It is alleged that MLA Akhilesh Tripathi had demanded 90 lakh in exchange for getting the ticket. The MLA and his men had allegedly promised the ticket to Shobha Kari, wife of the complainant Gopal Kari, for Ward 69, Kamlanagar. Gopal Kari has alleged that he paid 35 lakh rupees to Tripathi and 20 to the MLA from Wazirpur. The remaining 35 lakh rupees were to be given after the name appeared in the list, but it did not appear in the list, and the complaint was filed against the MLA's brother-in-law Om Singh, asking them to return the money. The ACB has arrested all the three accused red-handedly for allegedly trying to bribe the complainant to take back his case.
हेलो हाँ भैया ओम भैया से बात करो। क्या नाम तेरा बेटा? प्रिंस से बात कर।
भैया 2 की गड्डी कम बता रहे हैं, तो 2,00,000 के दिए थे उन्होंने।
ये काउंट कितने है बता दो।
ये 33 है। कल करा देंगे
है भैया।
अगर है ऐसा तो मैं कल तक दिखवा लेता हूँ ऐसे।
चलो विधायक जी को बता देना कि 2 काम कम है, 33 लाख रुपए।
This is not the first instance where the tickets have been sold in the Aam Aadmi Party. A sitting MLA, ND Sharma, had complained about this earlier. We had seen Adarsh Shastri, when he was in Aam Aadmi Party, complain about this. Recently, one of their persons who did not get a ticket was also standing on the top of a Tanki and was making this allegation. So this kind of allegations are not new for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has been involved in many corruption scams. This is yet another cash for ticket scam. Instead of playing a victimhood card, they must take action on these MLAs.
तो मिस्टर खारी एक हलवाई हैं, मॉडल टाउन में हलवाई की दुकान करते हैं। उन बेचारे ने, वो आम आदमी पार्टी के एक्टिविस्ट हुए थे, बड़ी उम्मीद लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी में आए होंगे कि मैं भी भ्रष्टाचार समाप्त करने में सहयोग करूंगा। तो उनसे अखिलेश त्रिपाठी के जब उनके दफ्तर में पहुंचे तो वहां पर बैठे ओम सिंह जी ने कहा कि इसके लिए आपको 1 करोड़ रुपए देना पड़ेगा। 25 लाख रुपए उन्होंने पहले दे दिए, उन्होंने व्यक्ति भेजा, उसको दे दिए हैं। और अखिलेश त्रिपाठी का जो साला है, वो पहली बार कोई केस ऐसा नहीं है, पहले मारपीट का मामला है, पहले एक दंगे में उसका नाम आया हुआ अखिलेश त्रिपाठी की। तो ये बैड करेक्टर टाइप के बैड एक्टिविटीज़ करने वाले लोगों की पंचायत आम आदमी पार्टी बन गई है। तो इसीलिए दिल्ली के लोगों को और देश के लोगों को अब समझना पड़ेगा।
इस मौके पर, इस टाइमिंग पर ये बड़े आरोप, संगीन आरोप, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी एक लोग चढ़ गए थे टंकी के ऊपर, तो कितने गंभीर आरोप है और इसको कैसे काउंटर करेंगे सर आप?
देखिए, ये बड़े ही फक्र की बात है कि एक आदमी जिसको टिकट नहीं मिली, वो कहता है कि मैंने 90 लाख रुपए आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक को दिए। मैं कहता हूं कि मुझे तो आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता का सीना चौड़ा होना चाहिए कि आप 90 लाख रुपए देके भी इस पार्टी में टिकट नहीं ले सकते। आप 900 करोड़ दोगे तब भी नहीं लोगे। सबको पता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की एक तरफा लहर है इस वक्त दिल्ली के अंदर, तो लोग इस तरीके की हरकतें करेंगे। गुजरात के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी जीतने जा रही है, तो नई नई हरकतें करना भाजपा पूरी तरह बौखलाई हुई है कि किसी तरीके से ऐसा कुछ करो कि लोगों के मन में आए कि इनके ऊपर आरोप लगाओ, झूठे लगाओ, सच्चे लगाओ। अरे भाई, किसी ने पैसे लिए, आप गिरफ्तार करो, पूछताछ करो, गिरफ्तार करो, जेल में डालो, फांसी दे दो। हम कब मना कर रहे हैं? मेरा ये कहना है कि उसका साला है, नहीं है, कोई दूर दूर तक लेना देना नहीं है। मैंने अभी बात करी, का कोई रिश्तेदार नहीं है। कोई भी आदमी गलत काम करता है, सुनिए, आपसे पूछताछ मैं बता रहा हूँ, मेरे से अभी कोई पूछताछ हुई नहीं। करे, मैं अब तक 8 काउंसलरों को चुनाव लड़वा चुका हूँ, 2 को ऑलरेडी जिता चुका हूँ, बहुत सारी जगहों पे काम करता हूँ। एक भी एफआईआर, एक भी एफआईआर मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन में मेरे पर नहीं है। मैं अभी भी ये कह रहा हूँ, दिल इसलिए दुखी होता है कि राजनीति में कभी कभी अब राजनीति के लिए झूठे सच्चे आरोप दूसरे पे लगा देते हैं जीतने के लिए। लेकिन एक मिनट, मेरी पार्टी भगवान हनुमान की भक्त है। मैं कहता हूँ अगर पैसे लिए हूँ, मैं तो आपके सामने खड़ा हूँ ना, 21 पैसे लिए हूँ तो हमारा सर्वनाश हो जाए, और कोई झूठ बोल रहा है तो बीजेपी का सर्वनाश होगा।
All right, and this is the stunning twist for the AAP in state of war, Gujarat, where moments after Aam Aadmi Party alleged that their Surat candidate, Kanchan Jariwala, was kidnapped by the BJP, he resurfaced at the Election Commission office and withdrew his nomination. He took back his candidature amid heavy police deployment. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia said the BJP was panicking about losing the Gujarat election and had therefore retorted to kidnapping an AAP candidate, also claiming that the candidate and his family went missing yesterday.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आम आदमी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार को किडनैप कर लिया है। सूरत ईस्ट से आम आदमी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार हैं कंचन जरीवाला जी। कंचन जरीवाला जी को हार के डर से, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वो हराने वाले हैं सूरत ईस्ट से, वहाँ पे हार के डर से वहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडों ने किडनैप कर लिया है। कल से कंचन जरीवाला जी गायब हैं, उनका फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ आ रहा है, उनका परिवार गायब है।
It's time for a break here, and we're leaving you with this report of India's greatest literature festival, Sahitya English 2022 edition. It will feature some of the top names in the fields.
India's grandest literature festival is back. Sahitya English 2022. Featuring some of the most critically acclaimed and popular writers like Ashwin Sanghi, Ravinder Singh, Ankur Warikoo, Aanchal Malhotra, Sam Dalrymple, Swami Gaur Gopal Das, Deepthi Nawal, and P. Chidambaram. And enthralling audiences will be Ayushmann Khurrana, Seema Auntie of Indian Matchmaking, and the team of upcoming Netflix series Kala. And entertainment with Kutle Khan, Aziz Kaur, Bismil Band, and a grand finale performance by B. Proc. So see you all at the biggest literary platform on 18th, 19th and 20th November at Major Dhyan Chand Stadium, Delhi.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Well, as India took over the baton from Indonesia from the G20 presidency, Prime Minister Modi held his first bilateral meeting with the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak along the summit's sidelines, essentially. This marks the first official between the two ever since Sunak's rise to become the United Kingdom's first Prime Minister of Indian origin. The meeting between the two leaders comes amid Sunak's snubbing Chinese President Xi Jinping to meet with Prime Minister Modi instead. Speaking at the summit, Sunak not only hailed G20's presidency or India's G20 presidency, but also vowed to commit the long-pending free trade agreement between the two nations. Right after this crucial meeting, Sunak has given the go-ahead for 3,000 visas for young professionals from India to work in the UK each year. The British government said India is the first visa national country to benefit from such a scheme, highlighting the strength of the UK-Indian Migration and Mobility Partnership agreed upon last year.
But what I'd also say is I think there's excitement about India taking the baton. I think Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit, and there's a lot of positivity about about all the positive things that have come out of this summit being carried on into India's presidency, and people are looking forward to supporting India in that, and we certainly will play our part in the United Kingdom to make sure that we do that. With other leaders here about deepening our trade partnerships, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, with Australia, with Japan and with Canada, the CPTPP arrangement. I've spoken to all those leaders about our plans to join that free trade area, which are exciting, and I'll be doing that after I leave here as well as the trade deal with India, which we remain committed to, but we need to make sure we get these things right.
Well, politics has erupted over India's G20 presidency. Congress communication in charge Jairam Ramesh has tweeted, G20, a grouping of 19 major economies, and the European Union was set up in 1999. Since 2008, an annual summit is held in each member country in turn. Each country gets a chance, and India will host the summit in 2023. Certainly, it's to be welcomed, like similar summits held earlier. The non-aligned summit of over 100 countries took place in New Delhi in 1983, followed by the Commonwealth Summit. The 2023 summit will, of course, be milked by the world's greatest event manager for the Lok Sabha elections a year later to distract from real issues of the people. The Congress, they're saying clearly that 2023 is when India was actually scheduled to hold the G20 summit and to be the host. And it's got nothing to do with the Prime Minister or India's so-called growing image in the world. But this event again is going to be milked by the BJP for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, is what Congress has said. This is going to be made into a political event, and it's going to be milked for politics. Though there was nothing unusual about India's presidency at the G20 summit, which was anyway due, is what the Congress is saying. Calling the Prime Minister the greatest event manager. He says the greatest event manager in the world will be milking this summit to their advantage for the next years of our 2024's Lok Sabha elections. Initial findings suggest the missile that hit Poland was fired by Ukrainian forces at an incoming Russian missile. The preliminary assessments indicate the missile that struck Poland had been fired by Ukrainian forces as a retaliation to an incoming Russian missile. As per Polish officials, 2 people were killed in the explosion in the Polish village situated about 6 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Poland said this blast marks the first time since the invasion of Ukraine that weapons came down on a NATO country, and it has increased monitoring of its airspace. NATO and global leaders are set to meet, raising concerns that Ukraine conflict could actually spill over its borders. US President Joe Biden said the blast may not be from the Russian missile and vowed to protect every inch of NATO territory. Russia has denied its role in the missile attack on Poland's soil. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has hit out at Russia over a significant escalation of the war.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia, but we'll see.
Тим більше сьогодні сталося те, про що ми давно попереджали. Ми говорили.
How many times Ukrainian army has said that the terrorist state will not be constrained to striking our country? Poland, Baltic states, it is a question of time when Russian terror moves further afield. The terrorist has to be shown its place. The longer Russia feels impunity, the more threats it will create for all who are within the range of Russian missiles. To fire missiles at NATO territory, this is a Russian missile attack on collective security. It's a significant escalation. Action is required. I now want to tell every one of our Polish brothers and sisters, the Ukrainian army will always support you. Free people won't be broken by terror. Victory is possible when there is no fear. And we and you are not afraid.
Our enemies are speaking of us with scorn and laughter and derision because of those two events. But there are many more. Even just today, a missile was sent in, probably by Russia, to Poland, 50 miles into Poland, and people are going absolutely wild and crazy, and they're not happy. They are very, very angry.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk has been taking drastic decisions from firing employees to removing certain features from Twitter. Well, here are top 5 developments surrounding Elon Musk. As indicated by several posts on Twitter, roughly 20 employees lost jobs at Twitter in the last 48 hours of being critical of Musk's claims publicly and internally. In one such case, Musk announced the firing in a tweet. In another, the former employee said he was fired after he openly rebuked Musk. Musk has said Twitter is very slow in India, Indonesia and many other countries, claiming this is a fact and not a claim. Musk adds that a 10 to 15 second refresh homeline tweets is common sometimes. It doesn't work at all. Less than a week after it was paused, Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, has said Twitter Blue will be relaunched on the 29th of November. There is a minor delay from his initial tentative timeline when he said he would bring back the service by the end of the first week. Musk has announced that Twitter will soon stop mentioning what device a tweet was written on. Musk has in fact called the feature a waste of screen space and also compute, claiming that literally no one in Twitter knew why they added the feature in the first place. Now, Musk on Tuesday rehired 2 popular pranksters, Rahul Ligma and Daniel Johnson, as a practical joke amid the mass layoffs in the company. The pranksters were photographed leaving Twitter office, box of their belongings amid Twitter layoffs. It's time for a break here. News for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Cuts, structures, forms for the cocktail parties and events around the wedding. Try looks that stand out this season. Not just the women, the men too, FYI.
Of course, the design language is primarily a process. It's not that every collection is treated differently. I think we start with a concept and it kind of translates into feelings throughout multiple collections of the brand. Different kind of, different aspects of the human race have really started getting center stage is what we celebrated. And I think that it went beyond the idea of clothing into a true form of celebration.
Gilded gowns, suit shots with tuxedos, sculpture gowns, concentric tuxedos. Go for it this season.
It's very heartening to see that people are really looking up to futuristic and experimental design. But is also, and not just Met Gala moments. I think when our bride is wearing a Gaurav Gupta lehenga as well, which is not a traditional lehenga, because the lehenga looks like a gown, or it has a sculpted blouse, it has a ruffled dupatta, it has its meteoric embroideries, etc. So she's finding pride in a whole modern India or a modern Asian aesthetic.
Don't be bogged down. Make the wedding cocktails and parties nothing short of your own Met Gala moment. In New Delhi, with inputs from Vaishnavi and Riya, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Ahead of NCD elections, Delhi's anti-corruption branch has arrested 3 people, including brother-in-law of AAP MLA Akhilesh Pati Tripathi, in cash for ticket case. It is alleged that MLA Akhilesh Tripathi had demanded 90 lakh rupees in exchange for getting the ticket. Indonesian President Joko Widodo handed over the G20 presidency to Prime Minister Modi, who said taking over the presidency of the grouping is a matter of pride for every citizen in India. Grisly killing has come to light from Madhya Pradesh, where a man allegedly killed a woman, shot a video with the victim's body and posted it on social media. It has been a week since this, but police are still on the lookout for Abhijit Patidar, who claims to have killed Shilpa by slitting her throat. An alleged Russian-made missile fell on the Polish village near the Ukrainian border, killing 2 people. Poland said this blast marks the first time since the invasion of Ukraine that Russian weapons came down on a NATO country, and it has increased monitoring of its airspace. Ukrainian President Zelensky has decried the strike as a very significant escalation of the war.
Yeah, I've often wondered, how did your grandfather discover the idea of that Parle Gluco biscuit? I grew up in the 70s and I had a Parle Gluco biscuit every morning. It was my way of energizing myself. So it was part of everyone's life.
So today if you go to see Gluco biscuits, basic idea is how to get for 2 rupees a packet of biscuits. And that is created a mass market. Affordability becomes the top priority.
Presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam Aage. In association with Kirloskar.
You thought it couldn't get worse. Shraddha was butchered in her bathroom. He kept the shower on while chopping her up. He used Shraddha's money to buy the fridge. More bones of Shraddha discovered. But crucial missing links still remain. The only channel asking the big questions as India demands justice for Shraddha.
This story just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it, viewer? Well, it certainly does. We've filtered through some of the big claims that are being made about what happened to Shraddha, and we will report to you what we think it's okay to share at this point of time. We respect due process, but we also recognize there's a great deal of information out there that it is simply impossible to filter. I'm Shiv Arur, this is 5 Live, it's our top story, the headlines first. Aam Aadmi Party MLA's family and aides arrested for allegedly taking bribes for promising tickets for the upcoming Municipal Corporation of Delhi elections. Complainant releases sting operation as well. Aam Aadmi Party rejects the charges. Prime Minister Modi leaves Bali, Indonesia after packed day 2 at the G20 summit. Prime Minister holds talks with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. 3,000 visas for young professionals from India cleared shortly after the Modi-Sunak meet. 2 dead in Poland, 15 miles from the Ukraine border after a Russian-made missile lands on the ground. Biden chairs emergency meeting. Doubts the missiles were fired from Russia. Russia totally denies that it came from them. I've got a full ground report coming up at 5:30. Former President Donald Trump throws his hat in the ring from the 2024 presidential race to the White House. Announces bid, says time to make America great again. NASA's most powerful ever Artemis moon rocket lifts off from Earth. The Orion spacecraft's success could pave the way for people to climb aboard for future missions that go to the lunar surface. But we're starting with the latest updates, the latest developments as far as the Aftab Shraddha case is concerned. More sordid details have steadily emerged in this horrible, disturbing Delhi crime. Here's a look at the top developments in the probe so far that we've got lined up for you. Number one, very importantly, a narco test will now be conducted on Aftab Poonawalla. Police sources tell India Today that Aftab is trying to mislead them and has been changing statements frequently in custody. Big development number two is that a few more parts of Shraddha's body have reportedly been recovered by the Delhi police. Investigators believe these are parts of her torso region. Shraddha's father will be called for a DNA test next Big development number 3. The Delhi police visited the Chhattarpur flat in South Delhi, where Aftab is said to have murdered and butchered Shraddha. They've recovered surgical gloves and a few novels from that particular flat. Development number 4. Investigators also say that Aftab was active on several dating apps, not just Bumble. After murdering Shraddha, the police say Aftab met several girls till the time that he was arrested earlier this week. Also, the last Instagram chat of Shraddha, believed to be the last Instagram chat, has also emerged. In this chat, Shraddha asks a friend for feedback on one of her social media reels. The chat took place on the 4th of May, 14 days before Shraddha is said to have been murdered. The new terrifying details that have emerged make this case even more murky. Days after arresting murderer Aftab Poonawalla, in a chilling confession, Aftab is said to have told the Delhi police that he tried killing Shraddha once in the past as well, but since she started crying, he changed his mind. He claims, this is what he's told investigators, this is not what India Today is claiming, since we cannot corroborate what the Delhi police is telling journalists. He claims that at that time too, he thought of killing her following an argument over marriage. Remember, that is still understood to be the reason for the tensions between the two. Here's a report.
Surgical gloves lying at Aftab Amin Poonawalla's Chhattarpur flat. The same flat that he shared with his live-in partner Shraddha Walkar. The same flat where he strangled her and then chopped up her body in 35 pieces.
I'm standing right outside the room of Aftab, and I'll just show you a very crucial evidence. Inside the room, you can see these are the latex surgical gloves. Now, these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on our channel for our viewers.
Inspired by the American crime thriller Dexter, the recovery of surgical gloves has added another stunning twist to this sordid murder. Police sources have told India Today that investigators suspect that Shraddha's body was cut into pieces in the bathroom after the murder. Sources say Aftab left the shower running so that the dead body could be chopped easily and the blood flowed out. Many novels and books have also been found in the house. Meanwhile, the hunt for Shraddha's remains continues. 10 body parts have been recovered from the Mehrauli forest so far. Among them are some bones of what could be her spinal torso region. Delhi police will soon call Shraddha's father for a DNA test. What's more, days after butchering Shraddha, Aftab visited a local doctor to get a cut on his hand treated.
मैंने उससे हिंदी में बात किया, तो इसके बाद वो हिंदी नहीं बोल रहा था, कंटिन्यूअस इंग्लिश बोल रहा था, काफ़ी लाउड, काफ़ी जो है कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा था वो. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू सस्टेन दिस इंजरी. तो उसने बोला कि एक्चुअली व्हाइल कटिंग फ्रूट आई गॉट दिस इंजरी एंड आई वाज यूजिंग माय नाइफ.
India Today has also accessed an Instagram chat of Shraddha where she was asking a friend for feedback on her first reel. That conversation was on 4th of May. What happened in the next 14 days that led to her brutal murder? With Arvind Ojha and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now let's just take you quickly to refresh your minds about the timeline of the murder, because the timings, the dates, etc. have become a little sharper as more information has been forthcoming. 18th of May this year, Aftab is said to have strangled his girlfriend Shraddha. The murder took place somewhere between 8 and 10 p.m. Remember, Shraddha's body was kept in that same room overnight, that night of 18th of May 2022. Aftab and Shraddha had apparently fought over groceries and financial expenses being incurred by the couple. That's what the police is telling us. On the 19th of May 2022, that's a day after the alleged murder, Aftab is said to have begun chopping up Shraddha's body. He went out first, he bought a fridge The body parts of Shraddha, which were butchered in a bathroom, were put into plastic bags and put into that refrigerator. 20th of May, between 20th of May and the 4th of June is when Aftab disposed of Shraddha's body parts in the forests around Chhatarpur and Mehroli. Aftab would allegedly step out post 2 a.m. every night and carry those body parts a few at a time in black poly bags and then dispose of them, but bring the bags back in order to allow the body parts to decompose in that forest. 8th of November this year, 2022, 6 months after the alleged crime, Shraddha was reported as missing by her father. This is after a tip-off from a friend of Shraddha's. On the 14th of November 2022, that is this Monday, Aftab Poonawalla was arrested by the Delhi police. I want to go across now to India Today's Shreya Chatterjee, who belongs to our crime bureau. She's been at the front line of tracking this story very closely from the police end as well as the families. Shreya, what would you say this third day on this crime has thrown up from interrogations? We understand that more physical evidence has been recovered by the police from Chhatarpur as well. How has this story moved forward as by way of the investigation?
Well, Chief, first and foremost, with Aftab's custody with the Delhi police ending tomorrow, one thing is for sure, that it's currently a little difficult for the Delhi police to piece the evidences together. As far as they have the entire confession on the part of Aftab, they are banking largely on circumstantial evidences and technical analysis that they would now be probably building this case against. Tomorrow, when Aftab will be produced before the court, the Delhi police in all likelihood will be seeking for further custody. The reason behind the murder weapon is yet to be found. There are some more things that are yet to be unearthed because there is still some inconsistencies in the statement that Aftab is giving. He has been missing the timelines, confusing the Delhi police. They still believe that there's a high possibility he's misleading the Delhi police because he wants to legally weaken the case on the part of Delhi police. So largely, right now what Delhi police have is technical piece of evidence, which is the electronic devices on the part. They have sent the dismembered bones. They have gathered to the FSL. That report is yet to come. So there are a lot of things yet to happen, and the Delhi police largely will now look forward from the court tomorrow on how many more days of remand they will be getting of Aftab so that they can strengthen the case forward. Right now, it's technical evidence and scientific evidence rather, which the Delhi police is hugely banking on for this particular murder case.
Okay, thanks very much, Shreya, for getting us the very latest on that. Both physical and circumstantial evidence, definitely posing to be some kind of a challenge in a case where, remember, Shraddha's body is said to have been chopped up into at least 35 parts and distributed in unmarked areas of the Chhatarpur forest. So it's obviously proving to be a huge challenge for investigators and forensics experts on the ground. Now, remember, Aftab Poonawalla, who is said to have confessed to killing his girlfriend Shraddha Walkar, chopping her body up into pieces, will be made to undergo a narco analysis test for which the Delhi police had sought permission from a local court and it has been granted. This after the Delhi police revealed that Aftab was constantly changing his statements and is neither giving information on the weapon he may have used for the murder nor giving clarity on Shraddha's phone. Here's a report. It also tells you what exactly a narco analysis is.
A latex gloves box found at accused Aftab Alam's Mehroli residence. Police believed Aftab wore surgical gloves as he reportedly dismembered Shraddha Walker's body after killing her. He also used a chemical solution to wipe away traces of blood from the floor and walls of the bathroom and the refrigerator. But his digital footprints gave him away. Delhi police officials say Aftab claimed Shraddha left him on May 22. Aftab used Shraddha's mobile phone on May 26 to transfer Rs 54,000 her account to his. Aftab used Shraddha's mobile phone to chat with her friends on Instagram after she disappeared.
बैंक डिटेल्स के हिसाब से 18 तारीख को 50,000 उसने निकाला है, मतलब अकाउंट से विड्रॉ हुआ है। उसके बाद में 6,000 विड्रॉ, ऐसा 2-3 बार उसका पैसा विड्रॉ हुआ है वो अकाउंट से, श्रद्धा के अकाउंट से।
Police checked Shraddha's mobile phone details and triangulation of signals revealed the use of a phone at the same place as Aftab's mobile phone. Police suspect Aftab killed Shraddha on or around May 18. The doctor who had earlier examined also found him to be extremely aggressive and confident.
काफ़ी लाउड, काफ़ी जो है कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा था वो. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू सस्टेन दिस इंजरी. तो उसने बोला कि एक्चुअली व्हाइल कटिंग फ्रूट आई गॉट दिस इंजरी एंड आई वाज यूजिंग माय नाइफ. तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि छोटा सा कट है, सुपरफिशियल है, तो नाइफ से हुआ होगा. पर ये आइडिया नहीं था कि ये किया, क्योंकि कोई नर्वस नहीं था, कोई बीच में अटक नहीं रहा था कि बोलने फंस रहा हो या फिर वो घबराया हुआ है.
Delhi police now suspect Shraddha murder was not a heat of the moment crime of passion, but a well-planned murder, and sought a narco analysis test on the accused. Aftab Amin Poonawalla repeatedly changed his statements. Though he confessed to his crime when confronted with digital evidence, he has repeatedly been changing his statements. A narco analysis test may help in recovery of the knife used to dismember Shraddha's body and also reveal information about where her head and body parts were thrown. Police now need corroborative evidence to prove Aftab Amin Poonawalla planned to kill Shraddha and want to understand why he claimed he had ground her intestines and liver before storing it in the refrigerator. A narco analysis test could help unravel the mystery of the murder most foul. Bureau Report, India Today.
But here's the point, there are many missing links that still remain and there's no clarity on any of them. And until these missing links have some clarity, this story is definitely not going to be closed. Number one's missing link. Number one, Shraddha Walkar's chopped body parts. They all haven't been recovered just yet. They're still somewhere out there. The weapon which may have been used for killing Shraddha, if any weapon was used at all, because she was supposed to have been strangulated, was some kind of rope used? Did Aftab use his bare hands? We don't know that, but there's no murder weapon as such that has been recovered. Number three, the backpack used to carry and dispose those body parts is nowhere to be found. Has Aftab gotten rid of that bag? Where is that bag? It could be an important source of DNA evidence. Number four, Shraddha's phone. Where is that phone? Nobody knows where her phone is. Has it been destroyed? Has it been hidden somewhere, thrown somewhere? Nobody knows where Shraddha's phone is. Shraddha and Aftab's blood-stained clothes are also nowhere to be found. These are just 5 pieces of physical evidence that is still missing, and they're all very important missing links as far as this case is concerned. We've got some more breaking news coming in on this. Aftab was active on other dating apps apart from Bumble, which is the app on which he and Shraddha had met. He was active on a number of dating apps after the murder of his girlfriend Shraddha. After the murder of his girlfriend, he continued to be on dating apps. He even brought women home at a time when Shraddha's dismembered body was in the fridge, as per Delhi police sources. He is also said to have dated several women after murdering Shraddha. India Today has spoken to the app Bumble, that's the dating app on which Shraddha and Aftab had met. Bumble has officially said, we will be available to law enforcement should they request our support, and we will follow the case closely. Safety of our members is a top priority. Bumble, remember, is an American dating app that has services here in India as well. Shraddha and Aftab are said to have met on this particular app, and now Bumble has put out a statement saying they will cooperate with law enforcement if they are required to do so. I want to bring Shreya Chatterjee back in on this. Shreya, a number of different dating apps were apparently being used by Aftab even after the after the murder and butchering of Shraddha. That information we broke yesterday and today as well. But specifically on the issue of Bumble, they've put out a statement saying they will cooperate in the investigation. Are the police planning to call in someone from Bumble? Are they planning to get more information from Bumble? Okay, that audio is broken with Shreya. We'll just try and get that fixed in just a moment. But this is a crucial piece of information, viewer. Let me just repeat that for you so you understand precisely what we are bringing to you here as part of this news break. Bumble is the dating app on which Shraddha and Aftab had met. They'd been dating, and now it comes to light that Aftab had been using other dating apps after the murder, had been seeing and dating other women as well. These are just pieces of information that we're putting out as shared with us by our Delhi police sources. Bumble has put out a statement as well saying they will cooperate. Shreya is back with us. Shreya, is the police planning to get more or seek more information from Bumble regarding this case? The app has put out a statement saying they're ready to cooperate and that safety of their members is their top priority.
Well, Shiv, it is indeed true that the Delhi police is thinking of writing to Bumble. This is a Texas-based app. But however, when we talk about getting information from companies which are not based out of India, the process becomes extremely tedious. We know it is done through the MLAT procedure, and whether or not this will be fruitful is something the Delhi police is also a little wary about. But they're indeed mulling to write to Bumble. With the official statement now coming in from Bumble to India today, we can only hope that probably the case could be a little bit easier for Delhi police, because they would want to know who is that one girl who had come to the flat of Aftab, whether or not she was aware of the entire incident. That is something that the Delhi police is very closely right now interested to track down.
Shreya, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. The story definitely rapidly developing and moving forward. Now, the murder of Shraddha Walkar, and we've been saying this since this morning, is eerily similar to another killing that had shocked India over a decade ago. The name Anupama Gulati may not ring a bell with many of our viewers, but she was a woman who was murdered by her husband back in 2010, 12 years ago. And there are eerie similarities between that case in 2010 and the Shraddha case. While Aftab cut up Shraddha's body into 35 pieces, Anupama's husband Rajesh Gulati is said to have chopped her body into 72 pieces on October the 17th, 2010. Second similarity, both Aftab and Anupama's husband Rajesh used a saw to dismember the bodies of their partners. Similarity number 3, the killers in both the cases did not just use a saw to chop up the body, but also used a fridge or a deep freezer to hide the pieces and to try and mask any foul smell that would emanate. Number 4, just as Aftab Poonawalla kept going to forested areas of Chhattarpur to dispose of Shraddha's body parts, Anupama Gulati's husband, Rajesh, would take pieces of Anupama's body along when going to drop their children to school and throw them in the forests along the Mussoorie-Dehradun road. The police say Aftab was inspired by the American crime show Dexter. Rajesh Gulati was said to have been inspired by Hollywood films as well. These are just broad similarities, but they have struck many people, and it is part of a conversation that is developing at this point of time. Like I said, the murder of Shraddha is a story that has truly disturbed, unsettled millions of our viewers all across the country, and I promise you, we won't be letting this story go until there is closure for the family and justice for young 27-year-old Shraddha Walkar. Very quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up next, we're taking you to Indonesia, where Prime Minister Modi has just left Bali after a packed day 2 at the G20 summit. Every viral image, every image that's become a big talking point from Bali, coming up next.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams.
The equity market is a dynamic space that needs sharper insights and perfect timing.
What stock, what fund, what to pick and what to sell.
How do you make money on the markets? And what are the superior strategies for a winning portfolio?
Your questions answered by 30 years undisputed leadership.
Only with Business Today Television.
विपक्ष कहता है कि मोरबी के उस पुल के साथ एक तरीके से गुजरात का जो विकास का मॉडल था वही गिर गया।
चुनाव के सीजन में इस प्रकार की बहुत दुखद घटना पे राजनीति करना ये मेरे हिसाब से ये सही नहीं है। बहुत ही बड़े पैमाने में लोग उसके जो तार थे, जो लोहे के तार थे, उसको जिस प्रकार से वो ब्रिज को झुलाने के लिए लोहे के तार पे जोर जोर से पैर से धक्का मार रहे थे, वो भी एक बड़ा कारण इसके पीछे हो सकता है।
अजीब ब्रिज है, आपका लात मारने पे अगर गिर जाए, स्ट्रेंथ भी तो होनी चाहिए कि झूल भी लो। लक्ष्मण झूला पे भी तो लोग कूदते रहते दिन भर।
स्ट्रेंथ पूरी होनी चाहिए और यही विषय की तहकीकात के लिए ही ये कमेटी बनाई है।
If you look at the family business over generations, it's gone through its shifts and changes. You handled agro products, came up with this wonderful drink called Fruity, which again became an iconic drink. Where did that idea come from, to create a mango drink in a Tetra pack? Your idea?
In a way, yeah. To create a one-way package, at that time there was no one-way package. There were no cans, there was nothing. So Tetra Pak looked like a reasonable solution to create improved distribution and to strengthen our distribution still further.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata. Raho Char Kadam Aage.
India is the new boss of the G20. Indonesia has just handed over the G20 presidency to India for the coming year as the big high-profile Bali summit winded up for the day today. Indonesian President Joko Widodo handed over the G20 presidency to Prime Minister Modi, who said taking over the presidency of the grouping is a matter of pride for every citizen in India. Modi, along with other G20 leaders, visited the planted mangroves of Bali at the Tamam Hutan Raya Gurarai mangrove forest on the sidelines of the G20 summit. India has joined the Mangrove Alliance for Climate Change, a joint initiative of Indonesia and UAE under the Indonesian G20 presidency. Prime Minister Modi also held talks with the French President Macron, the German Chancellor, the Singaporean Prime Minister, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who he met for the first time yesterday, and heads of other nations on the sidelines of the summit before departing Bali. In 2023, India will host the G20 summit. As India took over the baton from Indonesia for the G20 presidency, Prime Minister Modi held his first bilateral with UK's new Prime Minister of Indian origin, Rishi Sunak, along the summit sidelines. This marks the first official meeting between the two ever since Sunak's rise to become the United Kingdom's first Prime Minister of Indian origin. The meeting between the two leaders comes amidst Sunak snubbing Chinese President Xi Jinping for a scheduled meeting and instead meeting Prime Minister Modi, or at least keeping that particular date. Speaking at the summit, Sunak not only hailed India's G20 presidency, but also vowed to commit the long-pending free trade agreement between the two nations. Right after this crucial meeting, Prime Minister Sunak has given a go-ahead for 3,000 visas for young Indian professionals from India to work in the UK each year. The British government said India is the first visa national country to benefit from such a scheme, highlighting the strength of the UK-India migration and mobility partnership agreed upon just last year.
But what I'd also say is I think there's excitement about India taking the baton. I think Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit, and there's a lot of positivity about this about all the positive things that have come out of this summit being carried on into India's presidency, and people are looking forward to supporting India in that, and we certainly will play our part in the United Kingdom to make sure that we do that. With other leaders here about deepening our trade partnerships, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, with Australia, with Japan and with Canada, the CPTPP arrangement. I've spoken to all those leaders about our plans to join that free trade area, which are exciting, and I'll be doing that after I leave here as well as the trade deal with India, which we remain committed to, but we need to make sure we get these things right.
I want to go across to India today is Gaurav Sawant, who's been tracking all that's been happening in Bali. Gaurav, Rishi Sunak, cancelling a scheduled meet apparently with President Xi Jinping, keeping with his schedule to meet with Prime Minister Modi. Should we be reading anything into that?
So, we're still to hear officially from either the British government or the Chinese government. All that the Chinese government said so far was they had nothing to say on this. But Shiv, what are facts as we know them? facts as we know them indicate that Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a meeting, but Rishi Sunak's meeting with the Chinese President Xi Jinping was cancelled, and the Chinese had no idea about it, or they had nothing to offer on it. That's very clear. And if we were to go back a little in Rishi Sunak's, in the days of Rishi Sunak's campaign to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, where of course he was trying to get the Tory vote, he made it very clear that he would take a hard line on China, as most democracies across the world seem to be doing post-2019, given China's expansionist attitude. We've seen this in Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh. Taiwan has seen it, America has seen it, and while efforts are on to dial down tension, perhaps there is a message, a signal that democracies are sending out to China.
Gaurav, stay with me because we've got some, breaking footage that's just come in from Bali at the G20 summit that's going viral everywhere because people don't usually see what we're about to show you, viewer. Take a listen at this dramatic footage coming in from the G20 of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau being schooled, sort of almost scolded by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Heated argument between the two world leaders caught on camera by Canadian journalists, where I'm just going to put the sound up in a moment so you can hear it. Xi Jinping basically grumbling and complaining to Trudeau that information about their talks had been leaked to the press. So he's not very happy. The famous Chinese bullying tactics on full display, the kind of thing you never see. Listen in.
Let's create the conditions. Everything we discussed is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to
Let's create the conditions first. Everything we discussed is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to
Let's create the conditions first.
Now, this is absolutely diplomatic gold. This is diplomatic masala of the kind that would warm the hearts of journalists everywhere, because these are the kinds of conversations that no one gets to hear. This is the kind of thing you see only behind closed doors. You've actually seen President Xi Jinping in many ways embodying what China is all about. Constantly wagging its finger, being aggressive, scolding other countries, showing aggression. Here you've got President Xi Jinping. I don't even know whether he knew that he was being filmed. Basically grumbling and scolding and schooling Justin Trudeau of Canada, saying, our discussion yesterday was meant to be private, but you guys have leaked it to the press. That was not what we had agreed upon. That's the kind of conversation he's had. Listen to it one more time, then I'm going to go to my reporters.
To the paper, that's not appropriate. Everything we discussed is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to
Let's create the conditions first.
Want to go across to Gaurav on this. Gaurav, what are you making of this? I mean, this is diplomatic gold. You know, one never gets to see this kind of conversation. Xi Jinping sort of being himself here. What did you think of this?
Shiv, you're absolutely right. Relationship between Canada and China already very grim, already frosty. Right from the Huawei executives, after the Huawei executive was arrested, detained, held, the relationship has been cold. But yesterday, Canada was extremely miffed with the manner in which China was interfering in internal affairs in Canada, the way that China had its police personnel or intelligence personnel on ground, keeping an eye on dissenters and pro-democracy workers. The fact that they're increasing their footprint in Canada. Justin Trudeau wasn't happy about it. There was a conversation, but apparently, according to this conversation, that discussion between China and Canada was meant to be kept confidential. But it's there in papers today. It's there in papers world over. And Xi Jinping is extremely miffed about it, looking at these images and the conversation. So there is a translator, and Xi Jinping is actually, through the translator, telling Justin Trudeau that the discussion was meant to be between us. It wasn't meant to be leaked to the press. It wasn't meant to be discussed in the press. That's not how diplomacy happens, or words to that effect. And this shows that this wolf warrior diplomacy that we've been seeing from China, it doesn't just come from the diplomats. Perhaps the orders come right from the top.
So are you saying, Gaurav, that, Xi would have said this by design so that the cameras could have captured them because he's sending out a message as well?
Shiv, that's a very interesting proposition, and perhaps that is the truth, because China's wolf warrior diplomacy, the fact that China, it's like slaughtering the chicken and scaring the monkeys. You dress down Justin Trudeau, and then you hope that it'll carry weight across democracies across the world. Is that what Xi Jinping intends to do, or did in these images? It's a very interesting take of what's happening, but Perhaps it remains to be seen whether the impact will be just the opposite and democracies will come together to stand up against an expansionist China. That still remains to be seen, Shiv.
Very, very interesting. Perhaps as far as Xi Jinping is concerned, the most interesting video, the most masala video, if I can call it that, coming out of the G20. And let's face it, the G20 summit has been chock-a-block with viral images that our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan has been also bringing us. Geeta, what did you think of this fascinating exchange between Xi Jinping and Justin Trudeau?
Well, well-timed. Also, the fact that the cameras were there. Xi Jinping always quite aware of the cameras, even in international platforms where he knows that things are not under his control. He went ahead and raised the objection of the leaked information to papers with regards to their talks. That certainly says something. But Justin Trudeau responded saying that in Canada we have frank, open discussions, and we hope to have constructive discussions in future as well. Even if we disagree on a few things, which means the way we carry out our news, the way we relay news to our press. It is different in Canada and different in China. But Shiv, if you look at how Xi Jinping has reacted in front of camera, in front of official camera, it has been quite astounding. Look at the visuals of Xi Jinping with President Biden. He almost made a face scowled while the photo op was taking place. Look at his visuals when he knew that the cameras were at play and he met Prime Minister Modi. It was a very cordial one with a lot of smile. Over here, a rather condescending look for Justin Trudeau. So he knows his play and he really doesn't care. While we say that the world and democracies should come together to take on China, at this juncture, it just seems like China came here, did what it wanted to, said what it wants to, and has gone back. And Justin Trudeau certainly got a dressing down, but Justin Trudeau also responded to the Chinese president, saying that we in Canada behave differently with our press. It might be different in your country.
Very, very interesting. Two, leaders of giant countries having this kind of tense sort of exchange, completely the opposite of the kind of thing that is usually in front of cameras. Hugely interesting and very, very evocative. Let's just play that out once again. Gaurav and Geeta continue to stay with me.
Everything we discuss is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to continue.
Let's create the conditions first.
So Xi Jinping and Justin Trudeau, that big viral video emanating just as the G20 summit winds down. We'll keep a track of that story. We'll try and get more reactions to it as well as we continue to cover how the G20 moves forward now. Moving on now, more than 90 Russian-built missiles rocked Ukraine from east to west, causing broad power blackouts in that country. Slamming Russia, the Ukrainian president pointed out that most of those missiles targeted the country's energy infrastructure, calling it one of the biggest attacks on Ukraine. Here's a report.
One barrage of missiles after the other. The biggest sustained missile and rocket attack across Ukraine since the beginning of war in February. More than 90 missiles fired from Russia into Ukraine, north, south, east and west, targeting the country's energy infrastructure. The missile attack started late at night and one volley after the other was fired from. Ukraine called it the biggest and the most targeted attack on its power stations across the country.
Fellow Ukrainians, today enemy has launched another massive missile attack on our country. A total of 90 missiles, energy system, enterprises and residential buildings were damaged. And it happened by the end of the first day of G20 summit in Bali. All the crucial statements were made on the same day. Russia spoke about peace but fires missiles in response.
There was global panic with a missile having landed 20 kilometers inside Poland, killing 2 villages. Poland is a part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the news of missile strike in Poland shook the world. There was an emergency meeting of NATO and G7 partners in Bali for the G20 summit. Russia strongly denied firing any missile inside Poland of anywhere 35 kilometers from the Ukraine-Poland border. Russian Ministry of Defense issued a statement saying pictures revealed the debris indicated it was S-300 missile defense shield that was fired by Ukraine to stop incoming missiles. The US too concluded, based on initial information, that the trajectory was not from Russia.
Too early to say whether this missile was fired from Russia.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia, but we'll see. We'll see.
The world, however, remains on the edge. Bureau Report, India Today.
Gaurav Sawant is with me. Remember, Gaurav Sawant was one of the first journalists to enter Ukraine and he's been reporting there for the longest time. Gaurav, these missiles that landed in Poland, you know, when the news broke yesterday, there was a huge global scare. Even while the G20 was on, this could have been seen as another big escalation. Now it apparently turns out that Russia did not fire these missiles. What's the truth?
Shiv, you're absolutely right. The moment the first missile landed in Poland, inside Poland, everyone thought this is major escalation, or was it an accidental hit beyond the borders of Ukraine. And either ways, this would have led to a massive escalation. But Russia stoutly defended itself, saying it hadn't fired any missile 35 kilometers close to the Ukraine border with Poland. And America too, experts seem to indicate that the trajectory of the missile wasn't one that was fired from Russia, a long-range missile that would cross Ukraine and then hit Poland. The trajectories seem to indicate, as do the debris, that this is an S-300 missile defense system that accidentally, landed in Poland while countering those 90-plus missiles that have been fired from Zhytomyr, fired at Zhytomyr in the north and Odessa in the south, from Lviv in the west to Kharkiv in the east. More than 90 missiles fired, destroying a very large number of energy centers, power centers across Ukraine, plunging a major part of Ukraine in darkness. And Ukraine now saying that energy or power or electricity is being weaponized by Russia in this biting cold. It's already sub-zero temperatures in Ukraine, could fall to -6 anytime. And in such a scenario, a major part of the country is now without electricity and water, an effort perhaps to bring the country down to its knees. But Poland heaving a sigh of relief that this escalation is not, Russia is not taking on NATO countries, but then it's on the edge of war.
Gaurav, thanks very much for that. Very, very troubling incident. Also a reminder of just how volatile things can actually be with the use of weapons. Remember that the NATO has been pumping in huge quantities of weapons for the last 6 months into Ukraine. But Ukraine also has Russian origin weapons like the S-300. And it is that missile that is understood to have, landed inside Poland at this point of time yesterday, leading to this huge global scare. But a Russian-made weapon fired by Ukraine landing inside Poland, not a Russian attack. You get what I mean. The huge amounts of, the recipe for possible disaster and mistaken identity in this terrible, terrible situation can lead to another global escalation. World War III has been trending since last night as well. So it's a tricky situation there. Thankfully, there hasn't been any further escalation beyond that. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, Grammy 2023 nominations are out. I'll fill you in on the details when you come back.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers.
The 2023 Grammy Awards are out. Beyoncé has managed to dominate with 9 nods. Kendrick Lamar is another artist leading the nominations with 8 major nods. Adele with 7 and Harry Styles with 6. Here's the full list.
Gear up for Grammy Awards 2023 as the nominations are out. You won't break my Pop superstar Beyonce led the field of musicians nominated, setting up a showdown with Adele, Harry Styles and others for the top prize of Album of the Year.
If you're feeling down, I just wanna make you happier, baby.
Beyonce landed 9 nominations for the highest honors in music. This brings her career total to 88, tying her with husband Jay-Z as the most nominated artist in Grammy history. Her album, Renaissance, will compete for Album of the Year with Adele's 30, Harry's House from Harry Styles, Special from Lizzo, and entries from Bad Bunny and Coldplay, among others.
White lies, take off the weirdo jury. I'ma take 10 steps and I'm taking off top 5. Take off the fabricate streams and the microwave meme. It's a real world outside. Take off the idols.
Rapper Kendrick Lamar also is in the running for Album of the Year for Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. He received 8 nominations overall, followed by British singer Adele and singer-songwriter Carlyle with 7 each.
I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby, let me in.
The nominations set up a rematch between Beyonce and Adele, who won Album of the Year in 2017. Adele at the time had said that the award should have gone to Beyonce's Lemonade. In fact, interestingly, Beyonce has never won Album of the Year.
Back up, they don't love you like I love you. Step down, they don't love you like I love you. Can't you see there's no other man above you? What a wicked way to treat the girl that loves you. Hold up, they don't love you like I love you. Slow down, they don't love you like I love you. Hold up, oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul. You won't break my soul.
Her single, Break My Soul, will compete for Record and Song of the Year. Taylor Swift's 10-minute version of her 2012 song All Too Well also landed a nod for Best Song. Swift's latest album, Midnights, however, was released after this year's eligibility window.
At your sister's house and you still got it. Was it honestly the best?
K-pop boy band BTS made history as they have received 3 nominations at the Grammy Awards for 2023. Their song Yet to Come for the album Proof has been nominated in the Best Music category, and their collab track with Coldplay, My Universe, has received a nod under Best Pop Duo Group Performance category. BTS has now gotten a total of 5 Grammy nominations, making them the first and only Korean group to do so. Not just that, they are also the only Korean artist to be nominated for 3 consecutive years. What's more, BTS is facing backlash online, with some fans suggesting that they have made English songs only to get nominated for the Grammys, since not even a single Korean song has been nominated for the awards. The Best New Artist category contenders include Italian rock band Måneskin, Brazilian singer Anitta, and American singer-songwriter Molly Tuttle. The Grammys will be handed out at a ceremony in Los Angeles on February 5th. Winners will be chosen by the nearly 13,000 musicians, producers, and songwriters who belong to the Recording Academy. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Keep watching India Today. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. More sordid details continue to emerge non-stop in the horrific Shraddha Walkar murder case. That's next on 6 p.m. Prime.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by buy, sell, rent on 99acres.com. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only. Smart Bazaar, India's new Bachat Bazaar. Mutual funds सही है.
Hunt for Shraddha's body parts continue. Cops still searching for Shraddha's head. Aftab to undergo a narco test. Cops claim Aftab is lying, misleading probe. No body, no murder weapon so far. Can cops ensure enough evidence to nail Aftab? Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're going to be focusing on all the updates that have come in on one of the most horrifying murders we've reported on as a nation. Now, even as we're getting you all of the details that are emerging, one big concern that's emerged is the evidence that the cops have so far. Remember that there's no body here. Remains of Shraddha, they're still hunting for. They haven't found the skull at this point from the Chhatarpur forest. There's no murder weapon that's been found by the cops yet as well. So amid all of this, there's a growing concern that this, despite being the rarest of rare cases, could fall flat in the courts if there isn't adequate evidence that's gathered by the police. So we're going to be getting you all the latest on that. Here are the headlines first. AAP MLA's kin and aides arrested for allegedly taking bribe for promising ticket for MCD polls. Complainant releases sting operation as well. AAP rejects the charges. Prime Minister Modi leaves Bali after packed day 2 at G20 summit. Prime Minister holds talks with the UK Prime Minister Sunak. 3,000 visas for young professionals from India cleared shortly after Modi-Sunak meet. Xi Jinping schools Justin Trudeau on camera over alleged press leaks, calls these leaks inappropriate and accuses the Canadian Prime Minister of being insincere. Trudeau hits back, says we can't agree on everything. Two dead in Poland, 15 miles from Ukraine border after a missile strike. Biden chairs emergency meet, doubts missiles were fired from Russia. Former President Donald Trump throws his hat in the ring for 2024's race to the White House, announces bid for presidency, says time to make America great again. And NASA's most powerful ever Artemis moon rocket lifts off from Earth. The Orion spacecraft's success could pave way for people to climb aboard for future missions that go to the lunar surface. It's been 2 days since India Today broke the story of the horrifying Delhi murder, and since then everyone across India has only been talking about this story. In the last 24 hours, several big updates that you need to know in this case. Let's round those up for you first. The Delhi police, after searching the Chhatarpur forest, have recovered 10 bones from the forest, which seem to be of the lower back. Shraddha's father will be called in now for a DNA sample. The hunt continues for Shraddha's skull. A box of gloves were also seen at Aftab's residence, which he reportedly used to ensure he didn't get any of Shraddha's blood on his hands while disposing of her body and her parts over nearly 2 weeks. Delhi police reportedly has found bloodstains in Aftab's kitchen. This even as cops claimed Shraddha's body was cut into pieces in the bathroom, and Aftab kept the shower on to ensure that the body can be easily cut and the blood flows out easily. Apart from the dating app Bumble, accused Aftab was active on other dating platforms as well. The Delhi police suspects that Aftab might have come in contact with more than just one woman soon after the crime. This would help the police also clear the motive behind the murder. These images on your screen show cops recovering key evidence from Aftab's Mehrauli residence. Police officers can be seen leaving Aftab's home with several items in hand. The house has now been sealed off as the investigation continues. Days after arresting murderer Aftab, Delhi police has now decided to run a narco test on him. A court in Delhi has also given the go-ahead for this test. But remember that a narco test is not admissible as evidence in court. The Delhi police has said that Aftab is constantly changing his statements and is neither giving information on the weapon he used for the murder nor giving clarity on Shraddha's phone and where he's kept it. In a chilling confession, Aftab told Delhi police that he actually tried killing Shraddha once in the past as well. But since she started crying, he changed his mind. He claims at that time too he thought of killing her following an argument over marriage. The saw that Aftab used to chop up Shraddha's body is yet to be found. Cops have searched the accused's home thoroughly, but so far they have no leads on exactly where the weapon has been kept. And the Mumbai police confirmed that they had also recorded Aftab's statement about Shraddha's bank accounts and the cash withdrawals. The Mumbai police found something amiss in Aftab's statement as Shraddha's phone was switched off while he maintained that she had left him. We're all still coming to terms with all the details that are tumbling out in this heinous murder, one of the worst we've ever seen in the recent past. Shraddha's body being chopped up into 35 parts by her live-in relationship partner, Aftab. There are still several links, however, missing that the cops will have to connect from her missing body parts to the murder weapon. The dots in this gruesome murder are yet to be connected, and right now the cops are trying hard to do that because they will need solid evidence to ensure Aftab faces the strictest punishment.
One of India's most blood-curdling murders. Despite the mind-numbing findings and horrifying revelations, there are several missing links which the cops are still groping for. While the police have found 10 to 12 pieces of body parts, including pelvic bones, DNA match results are awaited. Crucially, most remains of Shraddha's body, including her head, are yet to be traced. The severed head was allegedly kept in the fridge by Aftab and disposed of last. And he kept looking at it to keep Shraddha's memory alive.
We are right now in the same forest where Aftab used to bring the body parts of Shraddha and he used to throw them here in this dense forest. And now, today, the police teams have been here. They're trying to find more and more evidences as far as that particular murder is concerned.
The police have so far been unable to recover the weapon, a saw that Aftab used to cut off Shraddha into pieces. Police claims he is constantly changing statements and isn't giving any clarity on the weapon used to cut Shraddha into 35 pieces. As Aftab used to make 2 a.m. trips every day to dispose of his slain girlfriend's body parts, cops suspect he used a carry bag or a backpack. Finding it can join many missing dots. Aftab tried his best to hide the murder by removing every bit of physical evidence that he could. He, however, failed in eliminating digital evidence. He used Shraddha's phone, interacted with her friends after killing her, and the location was tracked back to Delhi, getting him eventually arrested by the Delhi police. But cops are yet to find the phone. Aftab managed to dispose of blood-stained clothes in a garbage van right after strangling Shraddha and cutting her body. But when the police visited his house, they found it cleaned with chemicals to wipe out blood stains and DNA traces. With many missing links in the case, the Delhi and Mumbai police have a lot on their plate. With Akshay Dongre, Rahul Gautam and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So while the clear-cut evidence against Aftab keeps mounting in this chilling murder, the Delhi police still have a mega task in hand to nail him down. Because the most important pieces of this puzzle are yet to, in fact, be found, are yet to be connected. Things like the body are still to be identified. You see a massive hunt that's going on right now at the Chhatarpur forest. The Delhi police trying to find body parts as we speak. But nailing Shraddha's killer isn't going to be easy. A number of challenges for the police. First is the fact that there are no eyewitnesses. Remember, for 6 months, Aftab managed to keep this under wraps because even neighbors, family members, nobody knew that something like this happened. So there are no eyewitnesses as of now. There's no body. All body parts are yet to be found. The cops are working overtime to ensure that at least in this front, they get some leads. The murder weapon used by the suspect is yet to be traced. At this point, they've been questioning Aftab on it. He's been giving a lot of misleading statements, is what Delhi police sources have told us. The tool that was used to chop up Shraddha's body, reportedly a saw that Aftab had used, that hasn't been found either. The Delhi police have searched all through and scouted through Aftab's home. They haven't had any luck on this front yet. Besides that, other crucial evidence, other crucial points which the police are focusing on right now. The backpack which was used to throw the body parts. Every day, Aftab used the same cover, the same backpack to transport the body parts at 2 a.m. Now that backpack hasn't been found yet. There's also another missing link, which is that Shraddha's mobile phone is missing. Remember that to cover up his tracks, he used her mobile phone to be in touch with her friends on social media, to pay off her credit card bills, etc. That phone at this point hasn't been found yet. Also, clothes, blood-stained clothes of Aftab, as well as the victim Shraddha, are missing right now. And some reports suggest that Aftab actually got rid of all of that by dumping it in a garbage truck. So that is another aspect that the cops are focusing on. Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live this evening from the Mehrauli police station. Shreya, good evening. You've been tracking all the updates as far as the investigation is concerned. Is this something that's, that the Delhi police are concerned over? The fact that there isn't solid evidence that they've been able to pull out. They've done an exemplary job in cracking this case in a matter of days, but evidence gathering seems to be having one hiccup after another.
Well, absolutely. As you're rightly pointing it out, Akshita, right now the challenge is in the hands of Delhi police. Now, Delhi police will have to actually be on their toes constantly to ensure that they piece the entire story together. They've cracked the story. They've got the confession when it comes to Aftab. But the question lies, will Aftab be confessing that before the court? Because in all likelihood, if he doesn't, that will weaken the case of Delhi police. So for that, what is Delhi police doing right now? Because tomorrow, the remand of Aftab expires and the Delhi police will be seeking for further custody. Now, what we do know that the Delhi police is now trying to create a map of the possible CCTV on the route which might have captured the image of Aftab. Now, any CCTV backup is usually from 30 to 45 days. If Delhi police maps these areas, probably they will be using advanced technical analysis to retrieve data which goes back to 6 months. The murder was committed in the month of May. They're unearthing that in November. So they are already delayed by 6 months. And that too, when it comes to a man like Aftab, who very meticulously planned the murder, Googled about liquid which could actually wipe out evidences, no traces of DNA. So they are banking a lot on that. Secondly, they have already moved to the court for a narco test. A narco test in itself is not admissible possible in court, but it actually helps Delhi police to get to know the unconscious part that Aftab is hiding. That would probably give an edge to Delhi police. So right now, it's mostly scientific evidence that the Delhi police will be using to make a watertight case for Aftab. Tomorrow becomes extremely crucial because it's tomorrow that the court would likely hear the Delhi police, if at all they would want to extend further custody of Aftab to the Delhi police.
And in all likelihood, that's going to happen. There will be an extension of custody granted to the police in light of the fact that the investigation is still underway in this case. Thanks, Shreya, for getting us and rounding up all the updates in this case. I want to highlight also one aspect that we've tracked down here on India Today. Soon after the murder of Shraddha, Aftab, while cutting up the body of Shraddha, also got a minor injury on his arm. And we've tracked down the doctor who had treated Aftab soon after he had committed that murder. Dr. Anil Kumar is joining us. He's a Delhi-based doctor. He's joining us this evening on 6 p.m. Prime. Thank you, doctor, for speaking to us. I want to understand from you first the very basic question of what exactly happened when Aftab came to your clinic. What was your correspondence with him like?
Actually, ma'am, in the morning hours, my compounder told me that a boy is in the casualty with a small laceration in the right forearm. It was a very small cut, very superficial. It was deep. It was not very deep. Just a superficial, means skin and fat was cut, and the underlying structures like muscle, fascia was intact. So the first interaction I had, actually, I asked him, how did you sustain this injury? Because there was no other injury like abrasion, any scratch, anything, no sign of any struggle. So I asked him, you were assaulted by someone, somebody stabbed you? Then he told me, no doctor, actually while cutting fruit, my knife slipped and I got this injury in the right forearm. So I asked him, you had some fight with someone? Then he told no, it was simple accidental injury while cutting fruit. Then during conversation he told me that, doctor, you know, I am not from Delhi, I am from Mumbai. So out of curiosity I asked him, why did you move to Delhi? Then he told me, actually, doctor, you know, the IT sector of Delhi is quite good, well developed, and I am getting very good salary here. So I was satisfied with the answer he had. After putting stitches, I prescribed some medicines and then he went away.
You know, from what you've told me, it seems like a very casual conversation, and that's what we want to understand from you. What was his mental state, or at least based on what you could really judge? Was he nervous, jittery at all?
In first interaction, he was quite bored, confident, and he was very, hyper. While talking, he was very loud, very loudly he was speaking, and was very confident. So he was not nervous at all. And there was no suspicion at all. So he was very loud, very confident. After putting stitches, when I asked him, please wait outside for some time, he was indifferent. He was just walking in the corridors, and he did not sit. He was restless at that time.
So at least he didn't show any emotions of being nervous or jittery. I can't help but wonder, doctor, for someone who's committed this kind of a gruesome murder, did he not show it at all? Did he perhaps change his name, change his identity? Was there any reason at all for you to feel suspicious?
No, ma'am, not at all, because he was looking quite decent, and he was looking from a good family. He was very decent boy, a sophisticated one. I never doubt. It looked as if he's from IT sector. So I had no doubt at all.
Yeah, doctor, can you also, you mentioned this initially, but I'd like more details if possible on what kind of a wound was it? Did it seem like a wound that was inflicted on him? Because now, in retrospect, of course, we know at this point that it was soon after he had murdered Shraddha. So was it a wound that he had received from a counter-attack perhaps?
Then actually it looked like accidental wound, like small superficial wound. Because if somebody stabs, you have deep penetrating wound. If somebody stabs, during fight you should have other lesions like scratches, abrasions. So there should be something else also. But there was a very single injury, and that too, that was superficial. So if somebody is trying to attack, you should have deep wound, deep penetrating wound. So it was very superficial, looked like accidental cut.
Are you, Doctor, considering all that you've told us, it's extremely important what you've spoken about, your communication with Aftab and the fact that this happened right after the murder. Have the cops reached out to you? And when they did you have any sort of communication, correspondence with Aftab?
Yeah, 3 days back when police came with Aftab, for verification, doctor, you identify this person, you have stitched. Then I immediately recognized him. I said, yes, this person is Aftab, and I did the stitching in the month of May. I remembered immediately. Yeah, I verified.
Okay, Dr. Anil Kumar, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. So that is the doctor who treated Aftab, and he's telling us importantly that Aftab showed no sense of being nervous, being jittery, and this was right after he had not just murdered Shraddha, but also reportedly cut up her body, and that's how he had also suffered that minor injury. He tried also to get away with it. Don't think that he immediately confessed to the cops. He tried very hard to put one excuse after another, and let me explain to you how the cops actually busted his lies and exposed him to be the murderer of Shraddha. And we're going to be putting out the two versions. One, what Aftab said, versus how the cops actually busted that this was a clear-cut lie. Aftab said that I didn't murder Shraddha. She left me on May 22nd, never returned, never got in touch with me again. Now, the cops suspected that something was amiss because they saw that there was a bank transfer from Shraddha's bank account on May 26th. That money was essentially transferred from her account. So this is where they said that it's impossible that she wasn't in touch with you post May 22nd. Now, another claim that Aftab had made to the police was that Shraddha had taken her phone with her when she left him and that she wasn't in touch with him at all. This was another loophole that the cops immediately identified. They found that Shraddha's Instagram account was operated from the national capital, from Delhi, and that didn't match up to the version that Aftab was trying to put forth, that Shraddha had left him and had fled from Delhi. Now, another claim that Aftab had put forth to the police was that he had no contact with Shraddha after May 22nd. As I mentioned, he said that was the date when she left. The cops clearly identified that 54,000 rupees was sent from Shraddha's account to Aftab's account, and this was after May 22nd. So again, they used these bank account details, these statements and the transfers that were made between the two accounts to clearly call out Aftab's lies, and thereby found out that he very much knew where Shraddha was, and finally he confessed that yes, he had murdered her. So Aftab Poonawala, who's now accused of killing his live-in partner, his girlfriend Shraddha Walkar, and even then chopped her body into pieces, will be made to undergo a narco-analysis test for which the Delhi police have sought permission from a local court. The permission has been granted. But why is it that Aftab is being made to undergo this test? The Delhi police say that he is constantly changing his statements. He's not giving information on the weapon he used for the murder, not giving clarity on Shraddha's phones, both of which are extremely important, crucial pieces of evidence.
Modern world's clinical interrogation, the narco-analysis examination, is one of the trusted methods used by investigators against a non-cooperative accused. But what is a narco test? It is a psychological test with scientific tools. Sodium pentothal IV drug is given to the suspect. The patient turns dissociated. The suspect is questioned in this sedated state. The uninhibited patient reveals the truth. This whole process is done under the supervision of a doctor. Narco-analysis is like other scientific techniques like lie detector tests used by investigators. Ajwal Amir Kasab, the only terrorist in the 2008 Mumbai terror strikes captured alive, was subjected to narco-analysis test to corroborate the confession. In a subconscious state, he elaborately revealed training and plan hatched by Pakistan. Between 2008 to 2010, Noida dentist Dr. Talwar, his wife Nupur, and also compounder Krishna underwent the test as suspects in the Arushi murder case, but the results were inconclusive. In 2007, Moninder Singh Pandher and his servant Surender Kohli also had to face the same examination at the Directorate of Forensic Science Lab to establish involvement in serial murders of women and children in Nethari Bungalow. They were convicted later. Bureau Report, India Today.
Of course, we're all shocked by what's happened with Shraddha, by this murder that played out in the national capital. But another killing, a similar one, has come to light from Madhya Pradesh, where a man killed a woman and then shot a video with the victim's body, posting all of this on social media with a clear warning. You can hear him saying in the video that infidelity will bring you murder. And believe it or not, the man you see on your screens who committed that murder, posted the video on social media, boasting about it, is still on the run.
Gruesome, gory, and gut-wrenching. This is the video of a man boasting about killing his 25-year-old girlfriend and horrifyingly shows her lying in a pool of blood, her throat slit but still alive. With blaring music, he says in the video, "Bebafai nahi karne ka," meaning do not be unfaithful. An indication that he committed this crime because the victim was unfaithful. This monster, Abhijit Patidar, committed this act on November 8 and he's still on the run. That is right. This murderer is yet to be nabbed, and in a video he's put out on social media, he can be heard defending himself.
शिल्पा शर्मा को खत्म करने में मेरे और मेरे पार्टनर का दोनों का हाथ है, और अब इस मैटर में सिर्फ मुझे अकेले को फंसाया जा रहा है, और मेरे पार्टनर से पैसों के लालच में उसने जो भी मेरे पार्टनर को ब्लैकमेल किया, इसी वजह से शिल्पा शर्मा को मैंने मारा है.
Cops have arrested the man named by Abhijit in the video as he claimed he murdered 25-year-old Shilpa on the instructions of his business partner.
अभी जो प्रथम दृष्टया है वहाँ पे घटना स्थल के आसपास कुछ ब्लेड्स पाई गई थी, और पीएम में भी ऐसा है कि कोई शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट का इस्तेमाल किया गया. तो अब ये पीएम के रिपोर्ट पे हम उनका एनालिसिस लेके हम उस पर अंतिम निष्कर्ष.
First, the Delhi murder horror, and now this Jabalpur video has seen shockwaves across the nation. But there have been more such spine-chilling killings in the last few days. In Bengal's Shiliguri, a woman's mutilated body was found. The victim was identified as Riya Bishwas, who was brutally murdered by her lover. The murderer, Kiran Debnath, took his own life after killing Riya and streamed it live on social media. A common thread in all of these crimes: women paying with their lives and killed by men they trusted, by their lovers for so petty reason or the other. Bureau Report, India Today.
I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on the big international headline of the day. Former President Donald Trump has thrown his hat in the ring for 2024's race to the White House.
The wait is over for the Business Today MTRA Best B Schools survey. More than 300 of India's best B schools compete for top honors in the most definitive guides to B schools in India. Which are the top 5 B schools? Will there be a new number one? Who has the best placement record, the best facilities, the best technology. All this and much more in the Business Today Best B Schools survey.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Hours after meeting Prime Minister Modi, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has tweeted in Hindi after the meeting, saying "Ek mazboot dosti," referring to India-UK ties and perhaps his friendship with Prime Minister Modi as well. This comes after the meeting between Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Modi in Bali of Indonesia on the sidelines of the G20 summit. A lot of takeaways. Let me just also put out for you the communication that's come in after the talks between the two leaders. And it says that the leaders agreed on the enduring importance of the India-UK relationship and of the living bridge between the two countries. Sunak thanked Prime Minister Modi for the overwhelming response of the Indian people to his appointment as Prime Minister. Modi and Sunak discussed a range of areas where India and UK are working increasingly closely and have the opportunity to further develop links, including defence and security. Both welcomed the opportunity to work together on challenges like ending the war in Ukraine, tackling climate change under India's presidency of the G20 next year. Of course, everyone's talking about the photo op, the optics, the chemistry between the two leaders. And amid all of that, Rishi Sunak's tweet now going viral, where he is actually tweeted in Hindi, referring to India-UK ties as "Ek mazboot dosti." He's back with his Make America Great pitch. Donald Trump announces 2024 presidential run.
2 years ago, we were a great nation, and soon we will be a great nation again.
Trump roars, "I am your voice."
The decline of America is being forced upon us by Biden and the radical left lunatics running our government, and the voting will be much different. 2024.
Can Trump stage another comeback? Legal hurdles mar Trump's 2024 bid. Trump for 2024 pitch.
So Donald Trump has officially entered the 2024 US presidential race after rife speculation for months. Many saw it coming, and he's confirmed this. Slamming the US president, slamming Joe Biden, Trump said that the country suffered under Biden and 2 years have been a pain for the Americans. He also blamed Biden for the failing US economy and vowed to make America great and glorious again, slightly tweaking his very famous coin statement. Now, the move was not welcomed by US President Joe Biden as expected, who hit back and said Donald Trump totally and terribly failed America. Trump launched the bid a week after midterm elections in which Republicans failed to win as many seats in Congress as they had hoped. Trump will aim to become only the second commander-in-chief ever to be elected for 2 non-consecutive terms. It's not going to be, however, an easy or smooth run for the former president. There's another challenger within the Republican Party rising in the ranks. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis achieved a stunning victory in the US midterm polls. While he's remained mum on his political future, he is no doubt a front-runner for the 2024 presidential bid, with some calling him Trump 2.0. So soon after Trump announced his presidency bid, you had Joe Biden Democrats all immediately countering Trump's claims against the Biden administration.
Under our leadership, we were a great and glorious nation, something you haven't heard for quite a long period of time. We were a strong nation, and importantly, we were a free nation. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. Joe Biden has intentionally surrendered our energy independence. There is no longer even a thought of dominance, and we are now begging for energy help from foreign nations, many of whom find us detestable. Our southern border has been erased, and our country is being invaded by millions and millions of unknown people, many of whom are entering for a very bad and sinister reason. And you know what that reason is. We will be paying a big price for this invasion into our country for years to come.
Nobody has ever done what we've done in the last 4 years.
Their entire economic plan, tax cuts for the rich and corporations.
And record-breaking unemployment.
The worst jobs report on record.
Trump is the only modern president to leave office with fewer jobs than when he took office.
The Trump administration formally asking the Supreme Court to overturn the Affordable Care Act. This could leave up to 23 million Americans without coverage.
I hope that they end. It'll be so good if they end.
You also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no? There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
And if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. And if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
So Trump's message is make America great and glorious again. And we played out for you the video released by the Democrats in response to Trump's claims that Joe Biden has let down America and it's time to resurrect the country again. But is it going to be easy sailing for Donald Trump? I mentioned earlier that it's not going to be as smooth as last time around. Why is that? Because he faces a number of legal challenges as well. There are a number of controversies that he's found himself embroiled in, which have largely translated to legal issues for Donald Trump. And all of this will come to bite him in the back when he decides to formally run. He's announced his intentions, but there are a few more steps that need to be cleared. Let's begin with the first legal hurdle, the January 6th Capitol riots and Trump's alleged role, which is under investigation. So the House Select Committee investigating the U.S. Capitol attack has uncovered dramatic evidence of Trump's direct actions before and on the day on January 6th, especially efforts to use the government to actually overturn the election. So this is going to be a big hurdle for him. The second is the Mar-a-Lago FBI raids, where Trump allegedly took classified documents, prompting a raid by the FBI. The U.S. Justice Department investigation continues into whether documents from the Trump White House era were illegally mishandled when they were brought to his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida after he left office. So a federal grand jury in Washington has been empaneled, has interviewed potential witnesses as to how these documents were handled. Another legal hurdle is Trump Organization and prosecutors probing financial discrepancies within the many companies he owns. There's an ongoing trial in New York which involves also Trump's namesake business, which is the Trump Organization. Manhattan prosecutors told a jury that this case is about greed, it's about cheating, laying out an alleged 15-year scheme within the Trump Organization to pay high-level executives in perks. We're talking about luxury cars, we're talking about apartments without paying any taxes. Now, another controversy is, of course, the 2020 presidential elections, where Trump allegedly tried to overturn the results. We all spoke about this in great detail. It was discussed also on social media. There is actually a formal investigation by the Justice Department. They've started an investigation on their own into the post-2020 election period. Now, while the Department of Justice hasn't acted publicly during the so-called quiet period, which was leading up to the midterm elections, which ended just a few weeks ago, a grand jury in Washington has been hearing from witnesses. You've got, in fact, county and district attorneys, all of whom are involved, overseeing a special grand jury which is investigating what Trump, or for that matter his allies, may have done to actually overturn the victory that now President Joe Biden enjoyed in the 2020 elections. So these are all the legal hurdles. We all, of course, know that when Donald Trump was president, almost every single day we had one controversy or the other, many of which were comments that he'd made, some were issues that he got embroiled in, and especially during the COVID pandemic, particularly during the anti-racism protests. All of these were issues on which Trump made extremely controversial comments.
Donald Trump had a tumultuous time in the world's most coveted office, with presidency and controversies going hand in hand. Never seen before images played out in US Congressional Building at Capitol Hill after a dejected Trump, smarting under poll defeat, appealed supporters to march in.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore. And that's what this is all about.
Trump, who had a running feud with Twitter, earned a sweeping ban from virtually all leading social media sites after repeated claims of poll fraud and incitement of Capitol violence. Trump's Twitter account, the most followed one of a politician with over 88 million followers, was banned.
That Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to our country, and now I sadly, and with a heart broken over what this means to our country, of a president who would incite insurrection, will sign the engrossment of the article of impeachment.
Trump goes down in history as the first US president to be impeached twice by the House. The first impeachment was in December 2019 over Ukraine links. The second one was for links to Capitol siege on 6th January this year, only to reject it in trademark style.
On the impeachment, it's really a continuation of the greatest witch hunt in the history of politics. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. This impeachment is causing tremendous anger, and you're doing it, and it's really a terrible thing that they're doing.
Black groups and protesters took to the streets over racism, upset over March 2020 police killing of 26-year-old Breonna Taylor in Louisville's West End and George Floyd in May. Violence broke out and lootings were reported as protesters clashed with the police in riot gear.
Say his name!
Rarely seen in masks, downplaying the virus impact, fierce critique of lockdown. Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic drew criticism as US raced ahead to become the world's worst hit country, with most number of deaths and impact on economy. Trump faced heat over numerous contacts between his 2016 campaign figures and Russians. Probe by Robert Mueller, the special counsel of Justice Department, showed Russian interference to discredit main opponent Hillary Clinton. All charges were summarily rejected by Trump. Trump's handling of immigrants and travel ban for several Muslim-majority nations drew criticism. Trump also restricted the H-1B visa through his America First policy.
There has been no collusion. I've done things wrong in my life.
Tension flared up with Iran after Trump red-flagged Tehran's nuclear program and decided for troop deployment. The eventual killing of Iranian Revolutionary Guard chief Qasem Soleimani made diplomatic ties take a nosedive. Bureau Report, India Today.
Lenka White is joining us this evening from Delaware in the United States. Lenka, good morning. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. We just played a report on all the controversies, all of the headlines that emerged when Trump was president. Are Americans willing to oversee all of that? I want to understand, what is the sentiment, what has been the response so far to Trump announcing that he's going to be running in 2024?
Thank you for having me. Good morning or good evening to you. So, of course, it's been big news. All news media in the United States have reported about Trump wanting to be elected again. You know, he has said about 3 weeks ago that this is the date when he will announce it. And since then, people have been actually really, waiting for that. And many of them went to the U.S. midterm elections, which ended or which started last week, just because of that, because they didn't want ex-President Trump to actually run again and for the Democratic Party to actually win the Congress. So of course the sentiment is huge. People are impatient, and as you know, President Biden is expected to confirm his own candidacy at the end of the year during his Christmas vacation.
Is it going to be really smooth sailing for Trump, Lenka, because of one, the number of legal challenges, the cases that right now Trump is battling, and second, the fact that you have a very, very strong Republican contender right now in Ron DeSantis?
So that's correct. Definitely, there are many legal sentences against Trump. And, if you are watching the American TV all the time, you're actually hearing about Trump. When I'm watching the CNN, every evening I can see news about Trump. But, there is also a sort of flip side to that, because he's bringing huge money for the media companies and for the TV, because people just want to know what is going on with him, even though they are they are not in favor of him. They still want to know what is going on with him, and that's why we didn't forget him these past few years. On the other hand, people still kept him in mind very, very strongly.
All right, Lenka, let's see how this plays out. And he's clearly made the 2024 battle very, very interesting. Thanks very much for taking the time out and joining us from Delaware. Always a pleasure to have you with us here on India Today, Lenka. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is 7 at 7 with Preeti Chaudhary. The focus is going to be on the latest updates as far as the investigation into the Delhi murder is concerned. The probe into the butchery by Aftab.
Cuts, structures,
forms. For the cocktail parties and events around the wedding, try looks that stand out this season. Not just the women, the men too, FYI.
Of course, the design language is primarily a process. It's not that every collection is treated differently. I think we start with a concept and it kind of translates into feelings throughout multiple collections of the brand. Different kind of, different aspects of the human race have really started getting center stage is what we celebrated. And I think that it went beyond the idea of clothing into a true form of celebration.
Gilded gowns, suit shots with tuxedos, sculpture gowns, concentric tuxedos. Go for it this season.
It's very heartening to see that people are really looking up to futuristic and experimental design. But is also and not just Met Gala moments. I think when our bride is wearing a Gaurav Gupta lehenga as well, which is not a traditional lehenga, because the lehenga looks like a gown, or it has a sculpted blouse, it has a ruffled dupatta, it has its meteoric embroideries, etc. So she's finding pride in a whole modern India or a modern Asian aesthetic.
Don't be bogged down. Make the wedding cocktails and parties nothing short of your own Met Gala moment. In New Delhi, with inputs from Vaishnavi and Riya, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
All-new HP Spectre, co-powered by the bold look of Kohler, Tata Intra V50.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today, 7 at 7. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Here are the headlines. Delhi cops intensify probe into the butchery of Aftab. Cops claim he is being evasive and smell a larger plot. Court allows nod for narco test. Aam Aadmi Party MLA's kin aides arrested for allegedly taking bribe for promising ticket for MCD polls. Complainant releases sting operation as well as Aam Aadmi Party rejects charges. Prime Minister Modi leaves Bali after a packed two-day G20 summit. Prime Minister holds talks with UK Prime Minister. 3,000 visas for young professionals from India cleared shortly after that meet. Xi Jinping schools Justin Trudeau on camera over alleged press leaks, calls the leaks inappropriate, accuses the Canada Prime Minister of being insincere. Trudeau hits back, says we cannot agree on everything. 2 dead in Poland, 15 miles from Ukraine border after a missile strike. Biden chairs emergency meeting, doubts missiles were fired from Russia. Former President Donald Trump throws his hat in the ring for 2024's race to the White House, announces bid for presidency, says time to make America great again. NASA's most powerful ever Artemis moon rocket lifts off from Earth. The Orion spacecraft's success could pave way for people to climb aboard for future missions that go to the lunar surface. Top focus is the Shraddha murder case, which is only getting murkier. Days after arresting murderer Aftab, in a chilling confession, Aftab told Delhi cops that he tried killing Shraddha once in the past as well, but since she started crying, he changed his mind. He claims at that time too, he thought of killing her following an argument over marriage. Here's the full report.
Surgical gloves lying at Aftab Amin Poonawala's Chhatarpur flat. The same flat that he shared with his live-in partner Shraddha Walkar. The same flat where he strangled her and then chopped up her body in 35 pieces.
I'm standing right outside the room of Aftab, and I'll just show you a very crucial evidence. Inside the room you can see these are the latex surgical gloves. Now these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on our channel for our viewers.
Inspired by the American crime thriller Dexter, the recovery of surgical gloves has added another stunning twist to this sordid murder. Police sources have told India Today that investigators suspect that Shraddha's body was cut into pieces in the bathroom after the murder. Sources say Aftab left the shower running so that the dead body could be chopped easily and the blood flowed out. Many novels and books have also been found in the house. Meanwhile, the hunt for Shraddha's remains continues. 10 body parts have been recovered from the Mehrauli forest so far. Among them are some bones of what could be her spinal torso region. Delhi police will soon call Shraddha's father for a DNA test. What's more, days after butchering Shraddha, Aftab visited a local doctor to get a cut on his hand treated.
मैंने उससे हिंदी में बात किया, तो इसके बाद वो हिंदी नहीं बोल रहा था, कंटिन्यूअस इंग्लिश बोल रहा था, काफ़ी लाउड, काफ़ी जो है कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा था वो. तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू सस्टेन दिस इंजरी. तो उसने बोला कि एक्चुअली व्हाइल कटिंग फ्रूट आई गॉट दिस इंजरी and I was using my knife.
India Today has also accessed an Instagram chat of Shraddha where she was asking a friend for feedback on her first reel. That conversation was on 4th of May. What happened in the next 14 days that led to her brutal murder? With Arvind Ojha and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's not lost on anybody that it was a murder so heinous that Shraddha's body was chopped up into 35 parts by her live-in partner. But there are still several missing links that the cops will have to connect. From her missing body parts to the murder weapon, the dots into the gruesome murders are still left unconnected, where forensics come into play.
One of India's most blood-curdling murders. Despite the mind-numbing findings and horrifying revelations, there are several missing links which the cops are still groping for. While the police have found 10 to 12 pieces of body parts, including pelvic bones, DNA match results are awaited. Crucially, most remains of Shraddha's body, including her head, are yet to be traced. The severed head was allegedly kept in the fridge by Aftab and disposed of last. And he kept looking at it to keep Shraddha's memory alive.
We are right now in the same forest where Aftab used to bring the body parts of Shraddha, and he used to throw them here in this dense forest. And now, today, the police teams have been here. They're trying to find more and more evidences as far as that particular murder is concerned.
The police have so far been unable to recover the weapon, a saw that Aftab used to cut off Shraddha into pieces. Police claims he is constantly changing statements and isn't giving any clarity on the weapon used to cut Shraddha into 35 pieces. As Aftab used to make 2 AM trips every day to dispose of his slain girlfriend's body parts, cops suspect he used a carry bag or a backpack. Finding it can join many missing dots. Aftab tried his best to hide the murder by removing every bit of physical evidence that he could. He, however, failed in eliminating digital evidence. He used Shraddha's phone, interacted with her friends after killing her, and the location was tracked back to Delhi, getting him eventually arrested by the Delhi police. But cops are yet to find the phone. Aftab managed to dispose of blood-stained clothes in a garbage van right after strangling Shraddha and cutting her body. But when the police visited his house, they found it cleaned with chemicals to wipe out blood stains and DNA traces. With many missing links in the case, the Delhi and Mumbai police have a lot on their plate. With Akshay Dongre, Rahul Gautam and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Aftab Poonawalla, who allegedly killed his girlfriend Shraddha Walkar and chopped her body into pieces, will be made to now undergo a narco-analysis test for which the cops have sought permission from a local court. All of this after Delhi police revealed that Aftab was constantly changing statements and is neither giving information on the weapon he used for the murder nor giving clarity on Shraddha's phone. Here's more.
Modern world's clinical interrogation. The narco-analysis examination is one of the trusted methods used by investigators against a non-cooperative accused. But what is a narco test? It is a psychological test with scientific tools. Sodium pentothal IV drug is given to the suspect. The patient turns dissociated. The suspect is questioned in this sedated state. The uninhibited patient reveals the truth. This whole process is done under the supervision of a doctor. Narco-analysis is like other scientific techniques like lie detector tests used by investigators. Ajwal Amir Kasab, the only terrorist in the 2008 Mumbai terror strikes captured alive, was subjected to narco-analysis test to corroborate the confession. In a subconscious state, he elaborately revealed training and plan hatched by Pakistan. Between 2008 and 2010, Noida dentist Dr. Rajesh Talwar, his wife Nupur, and also compounder Krishna underwent the test as suspects in the Arushi murder case, but the results were inconclusive. In 2007, Moninder Singh Pandher and his servant Surender Kohli also had to face the same examination at the Directorate of Forensic Science Lab to establish involvement in serial murders of women and children in Nithari Bungalow. They were convicted later. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me right now is Shreya Chatterjee from Delhi. She's been tracking the case very closely. Two questions, Shreya. Number one, the cops seem to suggest that there is a larger plot which Aftab is trying to hide.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. That is indeed the case. What Delhi police believes right now, that there's a huge possibility that he is in fact misleading the Delhi police, and that's one of the primary reasons why the Delhi police has actually gone to the court right now seeking a narco test. Now, we all know that a narco test is in itself admissible in a court, but why the Delhi police is now depending largely on this is probably they want to understand that if in his unconscious state he's hiding something from the Delhi police which would help them in piecing the entire story together. The Delhi police has cracked the story, but they are definitely finding it a little difficult when it comes to gather the evidence because 6 months have passed by. There's a lot that they're depending right now on scientific and technical analysis. And that's the reason if the narco test give them any key elements, if there was a third person involved, if he was indeed meticulously planning this murder from months ahead, that could probably give Delhi police any key breaking that would help them make it a watertight case before the court. And right now it's important because remember tomorrow Aftab's remand also expires and Delhi police would obviously want to seek further custody. So a lot of things depends on what transpires tomorrow, but definitely scientific evidence is what the Delhi police is right now banking on.
Where, Shreya, where is the biggest lacuna or the loophole when it comes to forensics?
Well, multiple biggest lacunas are there, when we talk about that. See, the weapon that was used to chop Shraddha into multiple pieces. That's missing right now. The saw that we are talking about. Where are the clothes of Shraddha that she was wearing? That we believe was disposed of so far as the interrogation is concerned in a garbage bin. So there are a lot of pieces of evidence that is very crucial to prove a murder, which Delhi police right now do not have. The CCTV, which is very crucial on the part of tracking a person, an accused, is also difficult. 6 months have passed. Usually a CCTV backup is between a 30 to 45 days case. There, even after that, the Delhi police, what we have learned, is trying to map the entire area, the possible points from where this person might have just travelled and while he was disposing of the body parts of Shraddha. And if at all they could have used advanced technical means to get the data which is previous to 6 months, there's something that the Delhi police could land upon. But definitely multiple missing elements. The weapon used for chopping off isn't there. The clothes that Shraddha was wearing when she was murdered isn't there. There is still the FSL report to come. Whether these dismembered bones that is received is indeed of Shraddha's, that's yet to know. So there are a lot of things that are yet to come, and the Delhi police hence is depending largely on scientific evidence, as I was pointing out.
Shreya, does the Delhi police suspect the involvement of anybody else other than just Aftab?
Well, right now the Delhi police is not saying no to any possibilities, because what they clearly understand, and with every day what everyone is understanding, that this planning was done very smartly. He ensured that every piece of evidence is wiped out. There's already one piece of information that he had got a date home even after the murder of Shraddha while the body parts were inside the fridge. Whether the person was aware or not, there's something that the Delhi police would want to know. The confession is important. Whether there were more than one woman, because we're also learning that this man was not just active on one dating app. There were multiple dating apps that he was using. So there is wider possibilities right now. And that's the reason, as much as it sounds wild because a narco test is inadmissible, it's still a very crucial part that the Delhi police would right now want to use to unearth further details that this man is right now hiding.
All right, Shreya, appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you for more updates. So lots of loopholes there that the Delhi police needs to tie up, and very quickly at that as well. Meanwhile, let's quickly move on to our next story, which we are keeping a close eye on, and that concerns the political theatrics in the state of Karnataka. In midst of speculations making rounds from where the senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah would contest the upcoming polls, he hinted at his candidature from the Kolar seat, which right now the BJP and the JDU say is picking a safe seat. His visit to Kolar has ignited a war of words in the poll-bound state. Taking a pot shot, the ruling BJP in Karnataka termed Siddaramaiah a vagabond, hunting for a seat that would hold no defeat, basically a safe seat. Not only that, JDS H.D. Kumaraswamy too took a jibe at Siddaramaiah, saying his enemies are not in any other party but in Congress itself. Meanwhile, B.S. Yediyurappa said Siddaramaiah, who currently represents Badami segment of Bagalkot district, may not have worked for the people and hence dicey to contest from there this time. The speculation is rife that Sidda is going to contest from Kolar, as it is being seen as an attempt to contest from a seat that would ensure election or his victory in 2023 when Karnataka goes to polls.
ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾವು ಬಿಡಿ, ಜನ ಬಿಡಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಯಾವ ಮುಖ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನರ ಹತ್ರ ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ?
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯವ್ರ ಶತ್ರುಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವೇ
ಈಗ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮುಂದೆ ಗೆಲ್ತೇನೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು. ಅದು ಕೋಲಾರನೋ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತೂ ಹುಡುಕಾಟ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ.
All right, quickly moving on, the latest coming in, initial findings suggest that a missile that hit Poland was fired by Ukrainian forces at an incoming Russian missile. The preliminary assessments indicate that the missile that struck Poland had been fired by Ukrainian forces as a retaliation to an incoming Russian missile. As per Polish officials, 2 people were killed in the explosion in the Polish village situated about 3 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Poland said this blast marks the first time since the invasion of Ukraine that weapons came down on a NATO country, and it has increased monitoring of its aerospace. NATO and global leaders met and raised concerns that the Ukraine conflict could spill over its borders. US President said the blast may not be from Russian missile and vowed to protect every inch of NATO territory. Russia has also denied its role in the missile attack on Poland and saying it's not even aware of the development. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky slammed Russia over a significant escalation of the war by firing missiles at Ukraine.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia, but we'll see. We'll see.
Тим більше сьогодні сталося те, про що ми давно попереджали. Ми говорили.
How many times Ukrainian army has said that the terrorist state will not be constrained to striking our country? Poland, Baltic states, it is a question of time when Russian terror moves further afield. The terrorist has to be shown its place. The longer Russia feels impunity, the more threats it will create for all who are within the range of Russian missiles. To fire missiles at NATO territory, this is a Russian missile attack on collective security. It's a significant escalation. Action is required. I now want to tell every one of our Polish brothers and sisters, the Ukrainian army will always support you. Free people won't be broken by terror. Victory is possible when there is no fear. And we and you are not afraid.
Our enemies are speaking of us with scorn and laughter and derision because of those 2 events. But there are many more. Even just today, a missile was sent in, probably by Russia, to Poland, 50 miles into Poland, and people are going absolutely wild and crazy, and they're not happy. They are very, very angry.
Meanwhile, Twitter CEO Elon Musk has been taking drastic decisions from firing employees to removing certain features from Twitter. Here are the top 5 developments. As indicated by several posts on Twitter, roughly 20 employees lost jobs at Twitter in the last 48 hours for being critical of Musk's claim publicly and internally. In one case, Musk announced the firing in a tweet. In another, the former employee said he was fired after he openly rebuked Musk. Elon has also said Twitter is very slow in India, Indonesia, and many other countries. Musk claims this is a fact and not a claim, adding that a 10 to 15 seconds to refresh homeline tweets is common. Sometimes it doesn't work at all. Meanwhile, less than a week after it was paused, Twitter's new owner, Musk, said that Twitter Blue will be relaunched on November 29. This is a minor delay from his initial tentative timeline when he would be said bringing back the services by the end of next week. Meanwhile, Musk has also announced that Twitter will soon stop mentioning what device a tweet was written on. Musk has called the feature a waste of screen space and compute, claiming that literally no one in Twitter knew why they added the feature in the first place. Musk on Tuesday rehired the 2 popular pranksters Rahul Ligma and Daniel Johnson as a practical joke amidst the mass layoffs in the company. Pranksters Ligma and Johnson were photographed leaving Twitter office, a box of their belongings in midst of Twitter layoffs. A quick break. On the other side, it's our fact check segment. To stay tuned. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. the true story of our times. To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be from those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Dad would bring you to office when you were young? You were sort of brought up in the parley sort of world, is it? Or universe right from the time you were young?
It's not just about being in the office and attending meetings or doing something. There was always something to do at the office. I remember a time when he used to have a meeting going on in the other side with all the managers, and I would be on his Mac computer playing Dark Castle. Remember? Yeah, and that was my favorite game.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata. Raho Char Kadam Aage.
Welcome back. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting that this picture is Arunachal Pradesh's Bamboo Airport. Well, in truth, that's factually correct, but this picture is the new Bengaluru Airport and not of Arunachal Pradesh. With that quick fact check, a break. Stay with us. On the other side is To The Point. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times. To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be from those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
विपक्ष कहता है कि मोरबी के उस पुल के साथ एक तरीके से गुजरात का जो विकास का मॉडल था वही गिर.
चुनाव के सीजन में इस प्रकार की बहुत दुखद घटना पे राजनीति करना, ये मेरे हिसाब से ये सही नहीं है. बहुत ही बड़े पैमाने में लोग उसके जो तार थे, जो लोहे के तार थे, उसको जिस प्रकार से वो ब्रिज को झुलाने के लिए लोहे के तार पे जोर जोर से पैर से धक्का मार रहे थे, वो भी एक बड़ा कारण इसके पीछे हो सकता है.
राजीव ब्रिज आपका लात मारने पे अगर गिर जाए, स्ट्रेंथ भी तो होनी चाहिए कि झूल भी लो. लक्ष्मण झूला पे भी तो लोग कूदते रहते दिन भर.
स्ट्रेंथ पूरी होनी चाहिए और यही विषय की तहकीकात के लिए ही ये कमेटी बनाई है.
In association with Kirloskar.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Two big developments that has taken place with the Aam Aadmi Party bang in the centre. Earlier on, news broke out with Arvind Kejriwal's tweet suggesting that his MLA in Surat has been kidnapped, only for the MLA to resurface and say, no, I haven't been kidnapped at all. We're going to get you that story. The other big story which took place was of the MCD elections in the national capital, where one MLA has now been indicted and accused of trying to sell MCD tickets. We're going to bring in both the stories right here, but take a look at an allegation now made by the Aam Aadmi Party suggesting that one of its MLAs, or one of its candidates, I beg your pardon, in Surat, who had filed his nomination, firstly was forced to take back his nomination and then was kidnapped, only to resurface and say, I wasn't kidnapped, I'm thinking about it.
High drama in battleground Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's Surat East candidate Kanchan Jariwala allegedly goes missing for hours, prompting his party to level charges of kidnapping against the BJP.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आम आदमी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार को किडनैप कर लिया है.
Moments after Aam Aadmi Party made its big claim, Jariwala surfaced at the Election Commission office in Ahmedabad and withdrew his candidature amid heavy police deployment. Aam Aadmi Party leaders tweeted a video showing Jariwala being taken by police officials to claim the BJP and the state police had forced their candidate to take back his nomination.
जो आदमी अभी तक लड़ रहा था, अचानक वो गायब हो जाता है और फिर केवल नॉमिनेशन वापस लेकर फिर से गायब हो जाता है. तो पूरा इलेक्शन प्रोसेस क्वेश्चन में है. फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन नहीं है. तो आप फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए इसकी इंक्वायरी कराइए और इस पर्टिकुलर सीट पे आप इलेक्शन को होल्ड करिए. थोड़े दिन बाद जब सारी चीजें सामने आ जाएं, उसके बाद इलेक्शन.
Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia staged the dharna in the national capital outside the Election Commission's office. A team of Aam Aadmi Party leaders led by Sisodia submitted a petition to the EC urging it to put the elections in Surat East on hold.
किडनैप हुआ नहीं है. मैं मेरा फैमिली के साथ, मेरा सगा संबंधी के साथ मैं मानसिक तनाव में आ गया था, इसलिए मैंने कुर्सी छोड़ दिया ना. मैं मेरे मानसिक तनाव में
कब
आया
से
था।
हैं आप मानसिक तनाव, कब से हैं?
मैं 3 दिन से मानसिक तनाव में चल रहा था।
अच्छा, और उसी के चलते आज आपने अपना नॉमिनेशन वापस ले लिया?
जी जी जी।
If the EC does not pull off elections, Aam Aadmi Party may have no candidate in Surat East now. The withdrawal of nomination by Jariwala has left the party deeply embarrassed. With Gopi Manyar in Ahmedabad, Pankaj Upadhyay in Surat and Amit Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Aam Aadmi Party candidate has now taken back his nomination in Surat. He says that the BJP never abducted him or kidnapped him. He's taken back the nomination of his own volition. In the next couple of days, he will decide what his next course of action is. However, the Aam Aadmi Party continues to suggest that he has been bullied into making this decision. Listen in to the Aam Aadmi Party candidate. On the other hand, also Manish Sisodia under fire. Manish Sisodia is managing the MCD campaign back in Delhi while Arvind Kejriwal is campaigning in Gujarat. Manish Sisodia under fire for one of Delhi's MLAs allegedly taking a bribe for a ticket has come into play. But Manish Sisodia and Delhi defending what's happened in Surat. Listen in.
दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं ने ट्वीट कर दिए, स्टेटमेंट दे दिए, ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोल दिया कि आप किडनैप हो चुके हैं। बताइए।
नहीं, मैं सर किडनैप हुआ नहीं है। मैं मेरा फैमिली के साथ, मेरा सगा संबंधी के साथ मैं गया था। मैं मानसिक तनाव में आ गया था, रिलैक्स होने के लिए। मेरे को कोई मेरे घर पे कोई परेशान करने नहीं आए थे।
ना आपकी किडनैपिंग हुई, ना रातों रात सस्पिशियस तरीके से आप कहीं गए क्योंकि आपको कहीं अपने सगे संबंधियों के साथ जाना था। लेकिन फिर आपने अपना नॉमिनेशन वापस क्यों ले लिया?
बस मेरा नॉमिनेशन वापस लेने का कारण है तो मेरी संगठन टीम मेरे से बहुत विरोध कर रही थी। बोला आपको इलेक्शन में हम आपको साथ सापड़ नहीं देंगे। मैं मानसिक तनाव में आ गया था, इसलिए मैंने कुर्सी छोड़ दिया ना। मैं मेरे मानसिक तनाव में
कब से हैं आप मानसिक तनाव, कब से हैं?
मैं 3 दिन से मानसिक तनाव में चल रहा था।
आज के दिन आपकी क्या स्थिति, आपका क्या स्टेटस है? आप आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ ही हैं, उसके कार्यकर्ता ही हैं या बदलाव आ गया है?
नहीं, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ भी हूँ, भाजपा के साथ भी हूँ। मैं अपना स्टैंड क्लियर करूंगा।
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होता ना सर।
मैं
इधर भी है, उधर भी है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मेरे विस्तार में जो लोग बात कर रहे हैं ना, वो हिसाब से मैं भी साथ में रहता हूँ ना। जो जैसा मेरा स्टैंड 4-5 दिन के बाद क्लियर करूंगा।
क्या आपने शिकायत में अपनी बात कही?
हमने चुनाव आयोग के संज्ञान में इस पूरे केस के फैक्ट्स लाए कि हमारे सूरत ईस्ट से जो हमारे प्रत्याशी थे कंचन जी, उन्होंने कल अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल किया। कल वो स्क्रूटनी में गए। स्क्रूटनी में एकदम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों का पूरा विरोध करते हुए बीजेपी वाले कह रहे थे नॉमिनेशन वापस लो, इनका नॉमिनेशन कैंसिल करो। पूरी लड़ाई लड़ी कि नहीं मैं सही कैंडिडेट हूँ, मैं हूँ, और मतलब जो जज्बा उन्होंने दिखाया। लेकिन अचानक जब आरओ के दफ्तर से वो बाहर निकले तो बीजेपी वालों ने अपनी गाड़ी में बिठा के उनको ले गए और उसके बाद से वो लगातार गायब थे। अब वहाँ से हम 24 घंटे से उनको ढूंढ रहे थे, वो कहाँ हैं। उनके परिवार के लोगों को भी कुछ नहीं पता चल रहा था, परिवार के लोगों का भी पता नहीं चल रहा था कहाँ हैं। तो अचानक हमें लगा कि कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई है। तो सुबह से हमने इसको पूरी तरह से पुश करना शुरू किया गुजरात में इलेक्शन कमीशन के साथ में। दोपहर तक आते आते देखा कि अचानक बहुत सारे पुलिस वाले कंचन जी को लेके आते हैं, आरओ के दफ्तर में बिठाते हैं। वहाँ से आरओ से उनका नॉमिनेशन वापस होता है और उसके बाद फिर से बीजेपी वाले धक्का देते हुए कंचन जी को अपनी कार में बिठा के ले जाते हैं।
सर, दोपहर में आपको ये जानकारी मिल गई थी कि नामांकन वापस ले लिया है आम आदमी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार ने?
तो दोपहर को जब ये हुआ तो हमें लगा ये तो गड़बड़ है, अभी भी वो गायब है। तो उसके
संपर्क नहीं हो पाया, आपसे कोई बातचीत नहीं हो पाई या पार्टी के गुजरात के नेताओं से?
किसी से कोई संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है, परिवार का भी नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो उसके बाद से हम सब की चिंता बढ़ी और इसलिए हमने इमरजेंसी में इलेक्शन कमीशन का दरवाजे खटखटाया कि साहब एक तो कैंडिडेट गायब है, उसकी जान पे कुछ खतरा है। दूसरा, पूरी इलेक्शन प्रोसेस में अगर बीजेपी के गुंडे धमका के नॉमिनेशन वापस कराएंगे और पुलिस इस तरह से उनके पूरे सहयोग खड़ी होगी, किडनैपिंग का उन पर आरोप लगाने की जगह पुलिस उनको सहयोग कर रही है, तो ऐसे में फिर चुनाव का मतलब ही क्या रह गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतनी बुरी तरह से हार रही है वहाँ पे और सारे हथकंडे उनके फेल हो गए, वो बुरी तरह से हार ही रहे हैं। तो वैसे में अब वो कैंडिडेट्स को किडनैप कर करके नॉमिनेशन वापस करा के चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं।
I want to cut across to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay, who's joining us live with the very latest from Surat. Pankaj, what's the real story? What really happened? Because, we saw him filing his nominations then There were indications that he's being pressured to take back his nomination. Then he disappears only to take it back. What's going on? What's the true picture?
Well, the story is far from over. It is very obvious. And the candidate himself has said that he is going to clear his stand in the next 5 days. Interestingly, he's also said that all the doors are open to him. When I said, is there a possibility that you might join the Bharatiya Janata Party? He said that he is going to make his stand clear in the next 5 days and that no doors are shut. As a politician, all the doors are open for him. So that says a lot at this point of time. He stated it very clearly that he was not kidnapped. I visited his house this evening. All his family members were present there and they also maintained that there is no pressure on him. But Kanchan Jariwala says that he has been under a lot of mental pressure for the last 3 days. He says that there are certain people within the organization who've been building a lot of pressure on him. They do not want him to contest the elections and that they were not supporting him. And this is what the story that he is giving. Also interestingly, Preeti, this evening when Aam Aadmi Party released the final list of all the 182 candidates, Kanchan Jariwala does feature in that list. There is a photograph of Kanchan Jariwala. His name is there from the Surat East constituency. But a lot of drama is taking place. We heard what Manish Sisodia is saying. He's saying that they have requested with their legal team to the RO that the elections to this particular constituency, that is Surat East, be delayed and a decision could be taken later on. Bharatiya Janata Party, on the other hand, says that baseless allegations are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party and there is absolutely no substance to it. We've heard the candidate, we've heard what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying.
Does the Aam Aadmi Party have a second candidate they can prop up?
Right now, the state president, that is Gopal Italia, is not saying a thing. They are saying they are focusing on this very issue. This evening, along with Raghav Chadda, they met the RO. They've given a written complaint saying that he was kidnapped and that at gunpoint he was asked to take back his nomination papers. So this story is still rolling. As I said, the real truth is going to come out when Kanchan Jariwala is going to make his stand clear, which he says that he is going to spell out in the next 5 days. And interestingly, as I said, he's clearly maintained that all doors are open for him. So it really remains to be seen what he is saying. Is he going to join some other party? Is he going to stay there? Because even the Aam Aadmi Party feels that they have a solid ground. And what should be read into this when the list clearly still names him as their AAP candidate from Surat East. So
let's see how things play out, Pankaj, in the days to come. Thank you for joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you. My colleague Pankaj Upadhyay has been reporting out of Surat. A lot going on, dramatic theatrics to say the least, but it's not that it's not happening. In the MCD elections back here in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party finds itself bang in the middle for a cash for ticket case. How is that? Well, the ACB has now arrested the brother-in-law and the personal assistant of an MLA trying to sell MCD ticket. Here's more.
चलो विधायक जी को बता देना कि दो काम कम है 33 लाख रुपए.
A massive embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party ahead of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls. Delhi Police's anti-corruption branch arrested 3 men for allegedly selling Aam Aadmi Party tickets for upcoming civic polls in the capital at the behest of 2 sitting AAP MLAs. Model Town AAP MLA Akhilesh Pati Tripathi and Wazirpur AAP MLA Rajesh Gupta. Cops identified the arrested accused as AAP MLA Tripathi's brother-in-law Om Singh, the MLA's personal assistant Shiv Shankar Pandey and aide Prince Raghuvanshi. The complainant, identified as Gopal Khari, alleged he had paid bribes to the MLAs for MCD poll ticket from Aam Aadmi Party for his wife, but failed to obtain one.
चलो विधायक जी को बता देना कि दो काम कम है 33 लाख रुपए.
The complainant alleges that he had paid rupees 35 lakh to Model Town Aam Aadmi Party MLA Tripathi and rupees 20 lakh to Wazirpur Aam Aadmi Party MLA Rajesh Gupta. The complainant submitted audio and video recordings of the alleged bribery to the Delhi police. India Today can't vouch for its authenticity.
हेलो,
हाँ जी।
हाँ भाई,
हाँ जी बताइए ना।
लिया है, वो काउंट कर रहा है लड़का पैसे। नहीं, भैया से भी बात हुई थी, विधायक जी से मेरी, अखिलेश भाई से। चलो कोई नहीं, आप भैया को बोल देना सामान पहुंच गया विधायक जी को, मैं उधर बोल देता हूँ। मैं बेटे गड्डी वैसी काउंट कर ले कितनी है, वैसे नहीं करनी है। हेलो, हाँ भैया, ओम, भैया से बात करो। क्या नाम तेरा बेटा?
प्रिंस।
प्रिंस से बात कर।
भैया 2 की गड्डी कम बता रहे हैं, तो 2,02,000 के दिए थे उन्होंने।
ये काउंट कितने है बता दो।
ये 33 है। कल करा देंगे
है भैया।
अगर है ऐसा तो मैं कल तक दिखवा लेता हूँ ऐसे।
चलो विधायक जी को बता देना कि 2 काम कम है, 33 लाख रुपए।
Political storm erupted over the alleged cash for ticket row, with the BJP gunning for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
This kind of allegations are not new for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has been involved in many corruption scams. This is yet another cash for ticket scam. Instead of playing a victimhood card, they must take action on these MLAs.
बड़ी उम्मीद लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी में आए होंगे कि मैं भी भ्रष्टाचार समाप्त करने में सहयोग करूंगा। तो उनसे अखिलेश त्रिपाठी के जब उनके दफ्तर में पहुंचे तो वहां पर बैठे ओम सिंह जी ने कहा कि इसके लिए आपको 1 करोड़ रुपए देना पड़ेगा। तो ये बैड कैरेक्टर टाइप के बैड एक्टिविटीज करने वाले लोगों की पंचायत आम आदमी पार्टी बन गई है।
However, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia has said that the fact that the candidate didn't get the ticket despite paying bribe was proof that the Aam Aadmi Party was corruption free.
ये इस पूरे घटनाक्रम से एक अच्छी बात आम आदमी पार्टी के बारे में सामने आ रही है कि किसी ने किसी को पैसे दे भी दिए और किसी ने किसी से पैसे ले भी लिए, कहीं किसी ने दूर दूर, लेकिन टिकट नहीं मिला उसको। तो इसका मतलब आम आदमी पार्टी में टिकट नहीं बिकता।
The ECB probe into cash for ticket row will now involve the 2 accused Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. Bureau Report, India Today.
So both issues, viewers, what happened in Surat and what's taken place right here in Delhi. What does it make of the reputation of the Aam Aadmi Party? Because it's now fighting 2 elections, the MCD elections in Delhi and also in Surat, where every time you hear the Delhi Chief Minister, he says कि मैं कट्टर ईमानदार हूँ. Well, what went down in Delhi raises a question mark on that. And of course, we're also going to bring in Surat because the Aam Aadmi Party feels that the BJP is pulling out all the stops to make sure that the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign in Gujarat is sabotaged. Joining me this evening is Vijendra Gupta, MLA, Bharatiya Janata Party, and Ravi Srivastav, political analyst. विजेंद्र जी, मेरा पहला सवाल आपसे, एक तो वन थिंग इज वेरी क्लियर विजेंद्र जी, जो सूरत में हुआ और जो दिल्ली में हुआ, दिल्ली में एक सवाल आता है कि अगर इफ आम आदमी पार्टी कंटिन्यूज टू से दैट दे आर अ क्लीन नॉन करप्ट कट्टर ईमानदार सरकार, देन अ क्वेश्चन मार्क इज रेज्ड. बट द आम आदमी पार्टी सेज, विजेंद्र गुप्ता, दैट you know, it only goes on to say that money might have exchanged hands by some relatives, but that person never got the ticket. उसको तो टिकट मिला ही नहीं.
देखिए, ये बहुत ही मैं कहूँगा कि फनी स्टेटमेंट है आम आदमी पार्टी का कि किस तरह से बेईमानी को भी वो प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं. पैसा आ रहा है, गिने जा रहे हैं, पैसा मिल गया, पैसा दे रहे हैं, पैसा ले रहे हैं, और एक टिकट में थोड़ा हो रहा है. ये तो एक आप समझिए कि एक बात सामने आई है, पर ये तो हर जगह हुआ है. अब ये कहना है कि इसको टिकट नहीं मिला या मिल गया, जिनको मिला है उनको क्या बिना पैसे के मिला है क्या? पूरा आम आदमी पार्टी का करप्शन का ये मॉडल सबके सामने आ गया है, जिसका नाम है कट्टर ईमानदार, लेकिन है ये कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार. अब इन्होंने कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार को कट्टर ईमानदार की डेफिनेशन दे दी और लोग उसको मान लें. पूरी मॉडस ऑपरेंडी जिसको कहते हैं, पूरा जो इनका तौर तरीका है वो करप्शन से भरा हुआ है. इनके एमएलए पकड़े जा रहे हैं, इनके ऑफिस बेयरर्स पकड़े जा रहे हैं, और ये लोग उनके खिलाफ, अच्छा ठीक है, इन्होंने उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई की? वो कहते हैं कि टिकट नहीं मिला, तो पैसा लिया, पैसा वापस किया या दिया, तो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? इन दोनों एमएलए को क्यों नहीं अभी तक इन्होंने पुलिस के हवाले किया? इनको क्यों नहीं पार्टी से निकाला? इनके खिलाफ कोई भी अनुशासनात्मक कोई डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया गया?
जी,
आप हर करप्ट आदमी को प्रोटेक्ट करते और उस पर आप अपना एक प्रोटेक्शन कवर देकर उस पर फिर आर्गुमेंट देते।
जी,
ये बिल्कुल बेसलेस।
जी, Ravi Srivastava, you know, the fact is,
unethical.
The Aam Aadmi Party might try and say and suggest that this is, you know, they have nothing to do with the MLA in particular, but this is the brother-in-law of the MLA, and correct me if I'm wrong, and the personal assistant of that MLA, and they've been caught on camera discussing money.
Preeti, nobody has denied that he was not a brother-in-law of the MLA. The fact is that ACB has already arrested the people, and the probe is on, and whosoever is found guilty will be punished. This is for sure. Aam Aadmi Party does not sell the tickets, and it's a fact which is obvious that the person, that lady Shobha Khari, who was desirous of buying this particular ticket, did not get a ticket. So there are, during the election discourse, this kind of people crop up and they do this kind of dubious dealings and try to make some fast buck. But let them be punished. Nobody is defending that particular thing. Manish Sisodia has clearly said it that let the ACB do the proper investigation and fix the people. But my question here is one: why ACB has only caught up those people on whom the charge of taking bribe is there? I think, in my knowledge, that the person who is giving the bribe is also equally culpable. That person also should be arrested. There could be a conspiracy, there could be a dummy, there could be a person planted, there may be a deliberate purpose to malign Aam Aadmi Party. These are all my apprehensions, which I want to say. But at the same time, what are they doing in Gujarat, where they are rattled completely, that they are losing the ground altogether. They are abducting the MLAs, and the man says that I am under mental stress for last 3 days. No, he was canvassing for Aam Aadmi Party for last 2-3
Mr. Srivastava, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate has come out and said nobody abducted me.
No, it's a false thing, because he is missing since yesterday. It's election time. People are knocking the doors of the candidate every minute. It is not that he can disappear for 24 hours and 36 hours and then he sends a video message that, look, I have withdrawn my candidature, and then 500 policemen are escorting him for that. Where is the need for policemen escorting? There should be supporters. And at the same time, why this person is still, when your reporter is interviewing him, he asked him, are you switching over the party? Are you not with AAP? He said, no, I am with AAP also, I am with BJP also. I don't know what kind of mental status he has got and what kind
that
of...
could very well, okay, Ravi Srivastava, I want to bring in Vijendra Gupta, but that could very well also be a reflection on the candidates that the Aam Aadmi Party has picked. You've picked weak candidates who could go either way, who are not sticking by the Aam Aadmi Party. It's also a reflection on the party. But I'll come back to you. I want to bring in Vijendra Gupta back into this conversation. Vijendra Gupta ji, बात तो ये भी है ना, क्योंकि ACB जो उन्होंने अरेस्ट किया है, वो तफ्तीश करेंगे, वो इन्वेस्टिगेट करेंगे. If the Anti-Corruption Bureau has anything on it, they'll prove it. वो link निकल आएगा. And why is it? Question has been raised by Mr. Srivastava, and there is merit in that question. Why are those who gave that bribe not arrested? That's a little strange.
देखिए, ये आर्गुमेंट से एक बात नहीं बनेगी. एमएलए इन्वॉल्व है, इलेक्टेड आदमी इन्वॉल्व है, आम आदमी पार्टी के ऑफिस बेयरर्स इन्वॉल्व है, वो पैसा ले रहे हैं, पैसा दे रहे हैं.
कौन से ऑफिस बेयरर पैसा दे रहे हैं और विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी, कौन से वो ऑफिस बेयरर हैं और एमएलए हैं जो पैसा ले रहे हैं और दे रहे हैं और उनका एविडेंस बाहर आया है? बताइए.
मैं देखिए इतना कहूंगा प्रीति जी, जो भी पैसा ले रहे, दे रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, एमएलए इन्वॉल्व है, इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव इन्वॉल्व है, आम आदमी पार्टी के ऑफिस बेयरर्स इन्वॉल्व है और वो पकड़े गए.
सर, इनमें से ऑफिस बेयरर कौन है? क्योंकि इनमें दोनों में से कोई ऑफिस बेयरर नहीं है आम आदमी पार्टी का.
मॉरल ग्राउंड पे रिस्पांसिबिलिटी बनती है कि उस पार्टी के लोग टिकट बेचने में इन्वॉल्व हैं.
पर
कैश
वही
पकड़ा
पूछ रही हूँ
जा रहा
विजेंद्र
है।
गुप्ता जी, ये जो दो अरेस्ट किए हैं जो एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो ने, इन दोनों में से कोई भी ऑफिस बेरर नहीं है सर।
देखिए, ये सिर्फ एस्केपिज्म है, ये एक डिफेंसिव, जो ये इसको मैं ये कहूंगा, ये सिर्फ अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को एक अलग तरह की, जो अभी मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा, इतने कम में आप कहते हैं जीरो टॉलरेंस है करप्शन पे, 90 लाख रुपया पकड़ा जाता है और आप 2 लाइन में बात को खत्म करते हैं और अपने एमएलए पर कोई कार्रवाई भी नहीं करते हैं। शर्म आनी चाहिए इनको।
But Ravi Srivastava, the fact is, what is the message that has gone on? The brother-in-law, the personal assistant of an MLA, and which involves right now another MLA as well of the Aam Aadmi Party. It's not just one. There are 2 MLAs whose names have been cropped up. Is the Aam Aadmi Party, instead of being on the defensive mode, why aren't they open to at least investigating these charges? You've done it in Punjab, why not here? Just because then an election is in order?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And Manish Sisodia has clearly said, let the probe be there. It's a fact that the people who are involved in the whole thing, none of them is the Aam Aadmi Party office bearer for that matter. And Mr. Gupta can make any allegation. It can be probed. The Anti-Corruption Bureau has arrested the people. But my question remains that why not the bribe giver being arrested till now? Who is that person? Why is the she or he? Where is he hiding? They should also be arrested. You have paid the bribe, no? Bribe giver and the taker both are equal culprits. But what is happening in Gujarat, you watch it. That they are kidnapping people, abducting people on the gunpoint. And they are so afraid of Aam Aadmi Party. They have lost ground completely.
विजेंद्र जी, ये बात तो सत्य है, क्योंकि चाहे किडनैपिंग ना हो, अबडक्शन ना हो, पर कहाँ की पुलिस एस्कॉर्ट करती है किसी को अपना नामांकन या नॉमिनेशन वापस लेने के लिए? गुजरात पुलिस ने किया है ये।
देखिए, मैं कहूंगा ये नौटंकी है आम आदमी पार्टी की। उनकी गुजरात में कंफर्म जो है वो ये डिफीट जो है ये कंफर्म हो चुकी है। पूरी पार्टी जो है वो
तो आप करते हैं हर जगह
हो गई है। लोग पार्टी से छोड़कर भाग रहे हैं, टिकटें वापस कर रहे हैं। उसका ये बड़ा ही एक ग्लेरिंग एग्जाम्पल है और अब उसको फिर वहां भी नौटंकी करके उसको कवर अप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये नाटक करना, नौटंकी करना,
I have run terribly out of time. I'm going to let it rest right here. But I am sure in the next few days to come, both the MCD elections back here in the national capital and the Gujarat elections, the political theatrics over that will only peak. Trust India Today to keep a keen eye on both developing stories. Up next is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are 2 main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
Co-presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram se. Co-powered by Sera, This is your space. Play it your way.
After meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak tweeted, "Ek mazboot dosti." French President Emmanuel Macron tweeted, "प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ शांति के लिए एक ही एजेंडा साझा करते हैं। हम भारत के आगामी G20 अध्यक्षता के तहत इस पर काम करेंगे." He tweeted this in Hindi. India's point, the era of war is over, was incorporated in the final communique. Is India making a major impact on the world stage this G20 and beyond as India assumes presidency?
Hugs and handshakes. Beaming smiles. India's arrival on the G20 high chair.
Conveyed to
India
the Prime
takes
Minister Modi
over
of India.
G20 presidency. The rise and roar of India. That's our top focus on the news track.
The was handed over to India by Indonesia as India now assumes presidency of G20 for the coming year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said it's a matter of pride for Indians. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, however, said the G20 summit will be milked for 2024 elections. What does the G20 presidency mean for India when Prime Minister Narendra Modi says the effort will be to have an inclusive, ambitious, decisive and action-oriented approach? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you the big story, but first, as always, the headlines. More details emerge in the Delhi murder case. Accused Aftab to undergo a narco test. Sources tell India Today Aftab hid Shraddha's body in the bathroom a day after strangling her. Shocking crime caught on camera. A crazy lover kills his partner for allegedly cheating on him. Shoots a video of her lying in a pool of blood, bleeding to death. Aam Aadmi Party MLA's relative aides arrested for allegedly taking a bribe for promising a ticket for Delhi civic elections. Complainant releases a video. Aam Aadmi Party rejects the charge. Missile strike in Poland leaves 2 dead. Reports suggest the blast was caused by a missile fired by Ukrainian forces. Former US President Donald Trump throws his hat in the ring for 2024 race to the White House. Says it is time to make America great again.
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, यही संस्कार विश्व कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। भारत बदला है। आज अपने विकास के लिए भारत जब अमृत काल का रोडमैप तैयार करता है तो उसमें दुनिया की आर्थिक राजनीतिक आकांक्षाओं का भी समावेश है।
India now assumes the presidency of G20. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said it's a matter of pride for Indians. He said India will organize G20 in different states and cities across the country and make G20 a catalyst for global change. As the Prime Minister spoke of making G20 inclusive, ambitious, decisive and result-oriented, Congress MP Jairam Ramesh took a jibe at the Prime Minister, saying that the 2023 G20 summit will be milked by what he termed was the world's greatest event manager for Lok Sabha elections. Geeta Mohan with our top story.
From the handshakes to the beaming smiles, to the friendly waves, to the unmissable body language.
And the throne of the leadership I convey to Prime Minister Modi of India.
India's arrival on the high chair of the G20 has been a high-profile one. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ceremonially taking over the presidency.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी.
And immediately laying the ground for India's leadership. The two-day summit in Bali has been one long chain of viral images, including this evocative stopover at one of Bali's famous mangroves, a signal on sustainable living and climate change. But it was the power play that dominated the narrative. From Modi's informal chat with Chinese President Xi Jinping, their first handshake since the Galwan clash, to a heartfelt meet with the new Indian origin PM of Britain.
Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit, and there's a lot of positivity about about all the positive things that have come out of this summit.
With Modi overseeing India's turn at the G20 high chair, he also provided a glimpse of what India's presidency would look like in 2023.
G20 की अध्यक्षता ग्रहण करना हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व का अवसर है. हम अपने देश के विभिन्न शहरों और राज्यों में G20 की बैठकें आयोजित करेंगे. साथ मिलकर हम G20 समूह को वैश्विक बदलाव का कैटलिस्ट बनाएंगे.
While Modi crafted India's G20 vision, back in India he was under attack by the Congress party, accusing him of event management around the G20. With Geeta Mohan, Bureau Report, India Today.
At Samarkand, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had told the Russian president that the era of war has ended. That line was echoed in the G20 outcome document as India takes over the presidency of this very powerful economic group in extremely challenging times. But is this only rotational and ceremonial, or is there merit in the Congress saying that the Prime Minister will milk the 2023 presidency for 2024 elections? Joining me on the show is BJP MP and leader Syed Zafar Islam. Anshula Vijit represents the Congress party. Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar is a former top diplomat who joins us for diplomatic perspective. Also with me on the broadcast is India Today's Shiv Arur and a foreign affairs editor Geeta Mohan. Shiv, I want to begin by asking you, world leaders tweeting in Hindi, reaching out to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What do you make of the optics from Bali?
You know, the optics couldn't have been better as far as India is concerned, Gaurav. Of course, there will always be those who say, this is a turn-based presidency of the G20, etc. But the context in which India ascends the presidency of the G20 is something that can't be ignored. The world is going through a historic, difficult time, a time of war, a time of, hopeful renewal. There's a recession facing the world. There are multiple crises facing every possible country. And India is looked upon quite unanimously from across the world as a stabilizing force, an oasis amidst a great deal of chaos, especially in this part of the world. And the optics totally reflected that. we can dwell on the tweets in Hindi, we can dwell on the handshakes and the back slaps, but I think beneath all that optical energy, there is a great deal of substance in how India has carried itself, the example that India has set, digitally, economically, in other ways. There's a long road ahead. It's not all hunky-dory. There's a great deal of things to do.
Yes.
But as far as setting an example for the rest of the world is concerned, navigating a truly difficult time, I think India, in many ways, has been unparalleled in these times.
Okay, and I have my link with Geeta Mohan. Geeta, you are a person on ground. Let's move beyond the optics, Geeta. India worked hard to break this deadlock, including on Russia and Ukraine. India ensured this summit wasn't about blaming any particular country, but trying to ensure that the world comes together to find solution, whether it's on energy or food supplies. What's the buzz on ground around India?
Well, the buzz was absolutely positive, Gaurav. It's not just about the negotiations, which I'll explain to you in a bit, but let's just talk about the entire summit. Look at the statements of every leader. Every leader in his press conference or statement has mentioned India, more so because India has taken over or is assuming presidency of the G20 from December 1st onwards, and also the role that India ought to play. India is a major economy, and not just an emerging economy, one of the biggest economies and markets of the world. India has made its place and it's standing, and that's why there was a lot of positivity surrounding the idea of India assuming presidency of 2023. While she was talking about setting examples, Indonesia also set an example, Gaurav, and took a leaf out of Prime Minister Modi or India's book of how lifestyle for environment should be implemented on the ground. The entire G20 summit, the focus over here for Indonesia was the messaging: electric cars, electric bikes, no plastic, ensuring that they talk about climate change and environment. Island nations suffer and are more vulnerable than any other country or any other place in the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi really talking about that, and every leader saying that they're looking at India. India today, with that document, the outcome document, where you spoke of the statement, the phrase, it is not an era of war, that has been incorporated, clearly shows that the voice of reason, the voice of peace, Gaurav, today is India. It stands in between the extreme West and the and Russia and Ukraine when it comes to Russia and the war, the ongoing conflict. So clearly a voice of reason, negotiation,
India
diplomacy,
is the voice
dialogue
of reason, diplomacy, as Geeta puts it. Geeta, stay with me. Ambassador Sachanar, for a diplomatic perspective, what do you make of how India was taken on the world stage at Bali?
Thank you, Gaurav. I think it's a huge honor, it's a huge privilege for India to be given this opportunity. You used two words, I think, in terms of, the criticism that has been made, that this is rotational and ceremonial. It might be factually accurate to say that it is rotational because all the 20 countries will get an opportunity to host the G20 summit sometime or the other. But you couldn't be further from the truth to say it is ceremonial. It is very substantive. As it's been made clear, both by Shiv and Geeta, and also I think the Prime Minister in his statement, that there are going to be 200 meetings through the year that are going to be held in 50 cities of the country.
India,
and they are going to be discussing very, very substantive issues. It's not ceremonial. It's not just on the 9th and 10th of September 2023 that the leaders will come and you meet and shake hands and go away. No, a lot of hard work will be done. That having been said, Gaurav, there is a lot that India can be proud of. Not only in terms of civilizational ethos, in terms of culture, what we have to sort of, project to the world. When all these people, delegations travel to 50 cities, they will look at the diversity of the country. But in addition to that, India has acquitted itself most creditably while dealing with all the challenges which emanated either from the COVID-19 pandemic or even from the Russia-Ukraine conflict. In terms of 2 billion doses being administered to the people, giving out, even when our own vaccination was going on, giving out 200 million doses, more than that, to more than 100 countries around the world.
Okay.
You know, feeding about more than 800 million people, you know, with the food grains, providing them with this support. The digitization, you know.
I'll come to these aspects one by one. You're absolutely right. Let's take them step by step. Let me now bring in Anshul Avijit. Anshul, first the issue with the lotus as symbol of G20 presidency of India, and now saying India's G20 presidency in 2023 will be used for 2024 elections. But sir, isn't the Prime Minister talking about the effort being inclusive, ambitious, decisive and action-oriented, and G20 being organized in different cities and states across the country? Is this about India or is this about BJP?
Exactly my point. It's, you know, India is proud. But I think BJP should be proud even more because the BJP symbol is now the G20 symbol. The problem is that this particular summit was politicized by the BJP, by this government and by the Prime Minister right from its very inception by including that logo. And not only that, when the Prime Minister talks about inclusivity, about equity, about, about the poor, expresses some concern about the poor, irony dies 1,000 deaths. The gross levels of iniquity that exist in this country, the high levels of unemployment, of poverty, the way that our GDP has plummeted over the years, the way the unemployment has grown. The World Bank says that, the number of poor, extremely poor people have increased by 5.5 crore over the last 2 years. The fact that you didn't order vaccines, I don't know what you're gloating. I don't know what this bombast and bluster is all about. These are all falsehoods.
So you're saying vaccine is bombast and bluster? The vaccine.
The vaccine that you did not order vaccines and
the fact that you made vaccine. But let me take this to Syed Zafar Islam. Respond to Jairam Ramesh, respond to the Congress party saying it's routine, it's rotational, and that the BJP will tom-tom G20 in 2023 for 2024 elections, and that politicization started, as Anshul Avijit also echoed Jairam Ramesh saying, with the BJP symbol, the lotus, being the symbol of India's presidency.
Gaurav, the Honorable Prime Minister has established himself as the global leader in last 8 years, without any confusion. India is on the verge of becoming another superpower. And the new India, and the Honorable Prime Minister is the architect of new India, is going ahead and doing so many new things which nobody has anticipated in Congress party. That's why these days, when events like G20, which will be hosted by India next year, they are seeing is more politically than the strength which is being demonstrated by India as a country, not by Bharatiya Janata Party and not by Congress Party, but India as a country. And it's an honor, as Ambassador Sanjana rightly said, it's an honor, it's a privilege to host such an event. And it definitely improves the image and stature of the country in the eyes of the global leader. Now you have to see that more than 500 global companies are exploring to invest in India. Why? Because India is a stable, politically stable, provide a good leadership, and India has everything which the global investor requires, and today they are making investment in India.
The Congress is objecting. The Congress is objecting to the symbol. The politicization started just with the symbol of G20, as Anshul Avijit and Jairam Ramesh put it.
See, Congress Congress will make such observation, everything Bharatiya Janata Party to strengthen the image of the country, and they will make this kind of a statement that we are using G20 for 2024 election.
Can I quickly come in?
Away from reality. Fact that it is an honor, India is hosting it. It has nothing to do with the election. In fact, every Indian should feel proud that such event of a stature.
I want to bring in Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar before I come back to Anshul Avijit. But Ambassador Sajanhar,
I must compliment the Honorable Prime Minister, who is the architect of New India.
Fair enough, sir. You've said that, sir. Ambassador Sajanhar,
in the eyes of the global community.
Prime Minister Modi said we will organize G20 in different states and cities. Together, we will make G20 a catalyst for global change. Sir, is there merit in the Congress saying, and I know it's a political question, that the logo itself is political, BJP's symbol is G20's symbol, and it's all about projecting BJP for 2024 elections?
You know, in my view, as a diplomat who has served the country, I don't think that there are any political connotations that I can see in it. After all, lotus is the national flower of India. And I think it's a beautiful flower. And I think in terms of, when the Prime Minister was launching and unveiling the logo, he said very clearly, meaning even in the darkest of, even in the most difficult of circumstances, a lotus always blooms. And you would recall, Gaurav, that when the managing director of the IMF, she was talking about the state of the global economy. She said in this entire, time of gloom and darkness, the one ray of hope, the one beacon of hope is India, because India has been able to sort of, acquit itself so very creditably on all fronts, whether it is dealing with the after effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. There are 415 million, this is not my figure. Okay. This is not figure from any Indian economist, but this is a figure from the World Bank, which from the UNDP, sorry, which says that 415 million people have been lifted out of poverty from 2005 to 2019, and that